Hello? Hello? Yeah, sorry I'm late, people, but, yeah, sometimes I actually get myself an early lunch before these streams, just that I am fully fueled for them. Oh, I still love this part of the song. Anyway, I'm just, I noticed some people in the chat talking about favorite breakdowns, but yeah, there are a lot of pretty good ones out there. I don't want to, like, go into direct spoilers, but I will say I do agree about, actually, I'm not sure if I was referring to the right one. Yeah, the Turnabout Academy Killer has a pretty good one. Anyway, I'm just waiting a little bit to get some confirmation that we are actually live. Yep, we're live. Okay, good. Right, so, welcome back to the Captive Turnabout. Latter, the very big circus. Oh no. Yeah, people also mentioned that, yeah, according to, like, the art books, DeKiller's scar goes all the way down his body. Not just, I see some new face in the chat, that's cool. But yeah, hi, yeah, we're all doing pretty good. Yep. Hey everyone, so, yeah, last time we actually ended at kind of an interesting point because, both Team Edgeworth and Team Verity have a suspect, but neither of us can really prove anything. Team Verity has Simeon, and they now know that he is a circus performer and thus had the ability to get into the prison, but they don't really have a motive or means for how he could have committed the crime. Whereas we are suspecting Bodhidharma Canis, but the hole in our theory is we have no idea how the dog got from the holding cells to the prison. So we're at a bit of a stalemate, to use chess metaphors, and now it's time to hopefully clear that up. Oh, Undead Gold, DeKiller must have been a victim of the very big circus, and they did the cut in half trick, but for real. I guess, yeah, that sort of fits it up. Luna Amethyst, you used to crush on DeKiller badly and still kind of do? Well, I mean, I had people crushing on Lang in the previous stream, so, yeah. No, I mean yes, but also no. Ah, right. Once again, let's not let Edgeworth handle the very easy to intimidate witness. I mean, I do kind of get this logic. Just, hang on one second, I want to see if I can get my, chair a little higher so I can see the dialogue better, so my microphone isn't blocking the dialogue. Edgeworth has scared witnesses in court all the time. The edge glare. Oh, lions and tigers and bears. That's a nice Wizard of Oz reference that's kind of appropriate here. Oh yeah, I think we actually made a similar reference in the fan translation. I don't think I did this scene, but I do remember there being some reference to some kind of a profession involving monkeys, but I think it was organ grinding that we went with too. So, Money the Monkey is actually an existing character, believe it or not. He appeared in Turnabout Big Top, the original appearance of the Very Big Circus. So, yeah, we already had a localized name for him. In Japanese, I believe his name is Rusa, so that's just Saru, monkey, backwards in Japanese. But the kind of joke is the same. It's not like quite alliteration, but, you know, Saru no Rusa, Money the Monkey. Like, it's like... I don't know how to describe this, but it's like, they're words that sound the same. Also, I can't be the only one who finds this sprite incredibly creepy, especially the way his eye opens like that. There's just something about perpetually eye-closed people opening their eyes, like, say, Brock in the Pokemon anime. Monkeying around. I think there were a lot of monkey puns at this point in the original, too. The monkey Phoenix battled with, yeah, I believe Phoenix canonically lost a fight to this monkey. Yeah, where was the monkey inside the detention center cell? He would have had to have been in that cell the whole time, and somehow we didn't notice. Gopher. Yeah, so the Ringmaster is actually different to, oh yeah, it is like a Ratatouille thing, I just noticed. The Ringmaster is a different Ringmaster to Big Top, because the Ringmaster in Big Top died. He was the victim of that case. A line manager. She's the head of the animal training department, part of the showbiz division. So there were definitely a few, like, kind of references to this earlier. Well, not earlier, in our fan translation, but line manager, I think, we did not use that term specifically. I'd like to see somebody whip him into shape, huh? I wonder. Something tells me that if Fender met a certain someone, he'd get a little more than he bargained for in that department. Cyberspace, I would say Kale Vanderlei losing to a cat is more embarrassing. Oh no, this music, exactly. The natural reaction. Yeah, so, sadly, quote-unquote, it's only him and one other member of the Very Big Circus, and you probably know who it is with the way he talks about them. Yeah, suddenly Francisca sneezed. So he set up the stage in the yard. This was yet another image that I saw on the Ace Attorney wiki at one point with no context. Workshop A for storage. Actually, that would explain why there was a big cage there. Midnight by the time you left. Okay. Yeah, this lines up with the times of the show that the other people have told us. Unfortunately, this does look very suspicious. He entered the room where the body was found. Yeah, that was indeed Workroom A. And like, you know, theoretically speaking, if Knight was killed in his holding cell, it's entirely possible this guy could have put him in the cage and moved the cage into Workroom A. Never underestimate the power of a complete moron. Yes, I did notice that Tabby Lloyd's shoulder says go you. People in the first stream told me that's because they actually had to change iFly Airlines because it was a copyright thing. Oh, John Childs, I definitely do imagine this guy sounding like Shaggy now that you mention it. Yeah, technically I went somewhere in this prison without permission. Yeah, not suspicious at all. So, he'd known Bronco since they were kids when they were both all alone. Doesn't have any family. So your dad passed away when you were a little kid. And yep, that's definitely something Edgeworth knows. Yeah, I do love the fact that if you present the... Oh yeah, Kay also lost her father, play Investigations 1 to find out about that. Yeah, I do also love the fact that, like, if you present wrong evidence to Winner, he actually thinks you got it right until Gavel, corrects him. Yeah, Ace Attorney sure loves its dead dads. It doesn't particularly like mentors either. Dead Dads Club, yeah. So, and your boss is in the yard, too. Yeah, technically Francisco is a dead dad. Yeah, like, that's the thing. If you are a mentor in Ace Attorney, you are gonna end up dead, a killer, or both. Okay, Edgeworth's been accused of murder in the past. I think Kay might have been... Oh yeah, she was accused of setting the embassy on fire in Case 5 of Investigations 1. Yeah, Grossberg might be the only mentor who does not fall into any of those categories. And even then, like, nobody in the fan base seems to like him very much. I guess Phoenix counts at this point. He's a dad and a mentor, and he's fine. The Book of Gregory, that's actually kind of cool. Yeah, I do think he actually did mention Gregory's sayings in the original script, but I don't think there was a specific term that we translated it as. Huh. I think that candy's actually relevant to something in the next case. Yeah, there's definitely an attempt at localizing a pun here, but again, I don't think I translated this scene originally, so I'm not sure what this was in the Japanese script. Yes. We be pirates who love to sail the seven seas. Just a bunch of scallywags who are as free can be. I forget the rest of the song. But the song is great. That's a good case, by the way, Turnabout Reclaimed. I really like that one. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with people who say Reclaimed is just Big Top done right, but I do personally like Reclaimed a lot. It's the DLC case of Dual Destinies, which I believe is included for free in the collection. And it looks like the circus equipment is still here. Grand treasure and adventure waiting just for me. Yeah, there we go. Yes, I have seen Pirate Goro Majima. I've seen that. My favorite reaction to that is one of the comments saying like Daigo or someone, one of the other like Dojimas gets a call, and then he's like, "Wait, Majima's doing what?" So, anybody who saw the show has an alibi. Well, we know that Frank saw it doesn't. I believe Rocco claims that he saw it too, and Fifi saw the show as well. Oh, I think I remember this. We have Phoenix losing to a monkey, now K versus elephants. Of course, that just made it worse. Azia, yeah, that's cool. Okay, I'll discuss this in a moment. Actually, I can discuss this now. Yeah, this elephant actually has a name. And we need to localize it. In Japanese, the elephant, I believe, is named, like, Ajizor, which comes from, like, Asian elephants. So I guess, yeah, I think we just went with Ellie, because to fit with a lot of the other circus names. So I think we missed the Asian part of that. But now, oh boy, here we go. It's time! But yeah, how is she not in the hospital for that exactly? Yes, you'd know all about animals that bite, wouldn't you? Anyway, I don't want to, yeah. So she does have it? Okay, I'm screenshotting that. Yeah, glad I didn't die. Okay, right, they did keep that, right. I was wondering if that would get changed, because people might think that he was hitting on Regina and everyone has PTSD about grown adults hitting on Regina. But anyway, I'll talk more about Regina when she officially introduces herself. Oh, wait, no, Astique was the elephant. Right, sorry, I forgot about that. No, I'm pretty sure it was Astique, because Elephantastic. Okay, yeah, yeah, there we go, that was it. Sorry, where did Ellie come from? Maybe that was, like, my original suggestion, I don't know. So here we go. This is Regina Berry. Regina Berry is a returning character from Turnabout Big Top, and she was a pretty controversial one back in the day. Because, yeah, kind of. She was very naive, and some people didn't like that, but I think nowadays people have turned around because they realize that the main issue they have with Regina is the fact that, like, so if I check the organizer, if her profile is here right now, how old is she? No, she's not here yet. I think she's meant to be, like, 17 at this point. Yeah. So, yeah, basically, there were, like, 3 older men who were in a love triangle with her, and by older, I mean they were, like, in their 30s, and that was, like, yeah. So, yeah, thankfully, that's not a thing you have to do with here, but also, okay, time to talk about this. So, Regina is one of the characters who kinda has significantly different dialogue in the localization compared to Japanese. So, her Japanese name is Rika Tachimi. Tachimi is the equivalent of, Tachimi is the equivalent of Berry, like it's the surname and it's the name of the circus. But in Japanese order, it's Tachimi Rika. But in Japanese, it means that she has a stage name, Mirika. She does not have a stage name in the localization, so all references to her stage name, we had to strip out of the fan translation. Because that's not canon to the English version. So that was interesting. Also, in Japanese, she refers to herself in third person. And this is a very stereotypical cutesy young girl thing to do in Japanese. It's a particularly, like, a young feminine stereotype, but it doesn't translate to English very well, and I'm very glad that she doesn't refer to herself in third person in the official localizations. So they kept that here, and we kept that in the fan translation. See, the thing about third person speech is that in English, it kind of connotates that a character is really dumb. Like, the stereotype is big, dumb cavemen. Like, a thing about the third-person speech where it does work in an English localization is Gonta in Danganronpa V3. And the third-person speech there makes Gonta a very lovable, like, endearing character, but also Gonta is a big, dumb, strong guy. That's generally the image that third-person speech gives in English. That or Noppon in Xenoblade, or like Elmo in Sesame Street, but they're not human. Having an actual human refer to themselves in third person, you get the idea. It generally refers to them sounding like dumb or Hulk-like. Like, again, it worked for Gonta, does not work for a character like Regina in English, so I'm glad they changed that. It does remind me a lot of, Regina never met Edgeworth either, because Francisca was the prosecutor in Big Top. So that's kind of interesting. Extraordinary. Mr. Okay, so I'm sorry to stop my tangent I've already finished what I need to say about Regina's name, but okay. Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Associate. So this right here, there was a mistake in the fan localization. In Japanese, Kay here calls herself Defense Attorney's Assistant's. Like, she's intentionally doing that, and I thought that was really funny. And that's how I originally translated it. The localization, like the fan localization team, took that out because they must have assumed that it was a typo, but it's not. She called herself Assistant's Assistant in Japanese, and I'm glad they kept that here. Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Associate. So yeah, that was actually like another one of those mistakes in the fan translation that I was kind of hoping would get corrected in this version. This self-introduction brought you by the word convoluted, exactly. It's meant to sound convoluted. Yeah, Candace speaks in third person in the Pokemon games in Japanese, and that's kind of weird as well. I think they actually tried to convey that in English, and it doesn't really work. Yeah, Asian elephant, that's it. So did she ever make a sprite like this in Big Top? I don't know if she did. So the thing about Regina as well is I've definitely got a I've definitely got a bit of a okay, wait, sorry, one second. Yeah. I've heard a lot of comments saying that, Regina, sorry, okay, right, yeah. She did edit that sprite originally. Sorry, I've lost my track of thought for a second there. Okay, so here's my train of thought. So, okay. In the fan translation, we were under the, impression that Regina has matured since Big Top. And we wrote her that way. I'm hoping they continue that in the localization. Somebody in the chat said that she sounds like she hasn't changed much since Big Top. I don't think that's the case personally, but, well, I'll see how I evaluate this as we go. But we in the fan translation wrote her as if she had matured since Big Top. Because we felt that was the impression the Japanese text gave off too. Oh, here we go. Yep. Kay has started her recruitment drive. Yes, you say that, and yet you introduce yourself as a thief to everyone, and you have the Yatagarasu's emblem on your scarf at all times. Kay is definitely the Naruto school of ninjas. I mean, I can see Regina being like the distraction in a heist crew. She could put on like an animal show, and animals often get used in heist teams. It could definitely work. Maybe. But now I'm encouraging Regina to do crime, I guess. Yeah, English third person can work with like a title like a wrestler. A good example of that is Murray in Sly, where he refers to himself as the Murray. Like, but again, it sets a very different image in English than it does in Japanese. In the original, like, DS sprites, I didn't even realize there was, like, nature outside that fence. It was just kind of a green smudge to me. Suddenly we're actually, investigating it. We are investigation. No, we are investigating. Ah. So the warden's office is right there. So if you somehow manage to circumvent this high voltage electric fence, you'd be right in front of the warden's office. So probably not a useful escape route. Also, why is there a giant fish skeleton here? That's not ominous at all. Aren't water striders Surskit? I think they are. Yeah, they are Surskit, the way that Kay talks about them. I wish Surskit didn't lose its name in not name. What I'm saying, sorry, I'm just I'm excited. I'm getting distracted. Surskit didn't lose its typing when it evolved. Kay is definitely the Ryuji of the Yatagarasu, exactly. So your dad founded the very big circus. Yeah! Yeah! So this right here. So this is why we concluded that she had matured. Regina does say he passed away in the Japanese script as well, but back in Big Top, Regina always said that people who died became stars or were just sleeping. She has got out of that naivety now. So yet another one for the dead dad count, by the way. We have a new ringmaster now, and he's made the circus bigger and better than ever. Yep, that's the only reference that Mo the Clown is getting in this entire game. Sadly, he's not going to appear. I think Mo's an underrated character, honestly. Like his jokes are bad, but they're meant to be bad, and he actually turns out to be a surprisingly good, ringmaster once he steps up. Set up departments like Animal Taming Magic, and oh great, they didn't cut the ventriloquy department. Wait, ventriloquy has more than one person? Please tell me that only counts real people and not dummies. Yeah, doesn't she say that, I think in Japanese she says the circus is getting more and more gorgeous, which is Max Galactica's catchphrase. So, kind of a shame we lost the callback to that. I only know it's his catchphrase in the anime. I don't think it's his catchphrase in the English localized games. More dead dads, exactly. Yeah, I'm glad to see a lot of people here like Mo. Yeah, the whole press penalty thing soured people on Mo. I think that was actually a good gimmick for a testimony, but it needs to be done better. Oh yeah, here we go. This is interesting. So a love story. Starring elephants. Who falls in love with a tiger. Still a better love story than you know what. Interspecies romance. Well, at least it's not Sonic and Elise. And there's, oh no, there's a love triangle. It's even worse somehow. Yeah, I mean, okay, Ravens do need to break the villain stereotyping, though, let's be honest. No love triangle. And the monkey is instead played by a human. Okay, maybe it is Sonic 06, okay. This is still a better love triangle than Big Top, I do agree. It's the good prince and evil prince story from Digital Devil Saga, except there's also a third prince. Yeah, he described this as a bit part, and he's playing the main villain of the play? Huh. I think that's a little more than a bit part, unless it's like a, you know, early Fire Emblem Bandit villain. So I'm doing something near the well, though. Not suspicious at all. Yeah, I agree that ravens get a bad rap in, like, a lot of things. No, caution, but you're not bothering anyone. You can tell me what to present to Regina that you like, because I'm probably going to present to her after this conversation. Unless she goes away. I forget if she goes away after this. Yeah, granted, Simeon's self-esteem sucks, so yeah. And granted, in Japanese, it is pretty common to downplay your own accomplishments, so I can see somebody saying, oh no, I'm just a bit part, when they've got a pretty big role. Uh-oh. Yep, he was the only performer of the circus to have got into the workshop. Well, that's really bad for us. Well, Kay's already saying that. He might not look it. And suddenly pop in from Fifi. Also, by the way, playing Thousand Year Door, I just realized, does anybody else think that Fifi Lagarde reminds them of Flurry from Thousand Year Door? Like, they're just so similar to me now. Like, if they were voice acted, I imagine them both having the same voice actress. Oh, now you're here, okay. And your theme has overridden everything. And now it has been replaced by the circus theme. Okay, so firstly, let's present the badge. Yeah, quite a few people can see it. I forgive you this time. What happens when you get on Regina's bad side? You don't want to find out. Let's see. I'm kind of glad that she has nothing to say about the rope in particular. What about the dog? Oh, there we go. She does actually have something to say about Helmet. Yeah, she is actually legitimately talented with animals. Wait, so does that mean Edgeworth has like an owner apparently, and who's the only person who he trusts? Anyway, prison roll call, prison search, door sensors. Is there anything else? What about the rubber glove? Yeah, I thought that she wouldn't. Yeah. Dead body? Oh, a photo of a dead body? You shouldn't have. Yes, people are already jumping to the Phoenix connection right now. Edgeworth is his own owner, exactly. I kind of doubt there's much else that she'd react to. So have I found the right one? Corjan bet, the right conversation. Because I don't think she's gonna, unless I can present like some of these profiles. No, you can't present profiles to people in this game, right? Okay. And now suddenly this theme. Oh, it was the one that you wanted to see. Yeah, like, it makes sense that she'd react to the dog. So were you the one who introduced the animal therapy? Huh. Oh, Frankie. Yeah, she definitely had a nickname for him in the Japanese version, but I forget, I forget exactly what she called him. Yes, let's talk about Frankie. I wonder how they're going to handle him in the live-action One Piece show if they get that far. Yeah, this series is definitely inconsistent with being able to present profiles to people. I will admit that it did get annoying sometimes in the earlier games when, like, you could only progress an investigation by, like, presenting a specific person's profile to a specific person. He knows what's good for him. Huh. Yes, he's a very good boy who's, like, 48 years old. Wow, the circus comes to the prison once a month? That's, I mean, it's kind of impressive, but I mean, it's also a little bit, I don't know, it's having a monthly gig at a prison seems a little awkward. Or, you know, alternatively, like, oh, hey, Kay just wants to get arrested just so she can see the show. Oh, the fan translation names are still part of the character tags. I mean, if they changed them, it would probably break a lot of the website, so I can kind of understand that. Although it does result in some pretty weird things at times, like for example, in AO3 for Persona 3, Protagonist and Ryoji is like the top 3 pairings because they're listed all under different names for the protagonist. It's sometimes Persona 3 Protagonist, sometimes it's Makoto Yuki, sometimes it's, what was the other one? Minato Arisato, that's it. Yes, of course. You present the badge to her and she's like, oh, thank you for getting so many people arrested so I can have a bigger family. Does that mean you also like Von Karma? I mean, yeah, it's cool to preserve the fan translation names as well. And yeah, it probably will end up as like a linked tag with both. Yep, she is now, in her own world. I like how Edgeworth sounds almost like a child when he says that. But yeah, let's not create another old bag situation. Yeah, she does not like this dog. As Regina said, the only people that he trusts are his owner, but like, isn't Lagarde meant to like animals? Yeah, the one animal she couldn't tame. Does she know about Sorit's bracelet being broken? Yes, nobody wants to leave here because of the love, yeah, not because of the tight, secure walls, yeah. Yeah, does she know about the bracelet? Yeah, I'd expect she would have a reaction to this, because she helped with it. Yeah, even the fox had a death glare, exactly. Someone says, I'm not even looking at her dialogue, they just like the fox so much. Please, nothing even remotely similar to Old Bag, I agree. Yeah. Does she know about the security camera footage? Oh, no, not yet. Oh, she has... Okay, so she has, like, a specific generic, like, prison reaction to any of the prison-related stuff. What about the missing guard uniform? No? You'd think that she'd want to know about the missing guard uniform. Anyway. Everyone is now fawning over the fox. Oh, to be fair, oh yeah, because with hunting dogs, you know, foxes ask... I forgot you were in this scene too. Why are you here? This is just the generic shifty people song for this game, but it fits Frank Saw It so well. He's back in uber polite mode. Interpersonal. Yeah, maybe he didn't talk this polite. I haven't seen the first game in Japanese. Maybe he wasn't this polite in the first game. Yeah. People are freaking out about Saw It already. I think the dot on his head is some kind of a mole or birthmark. A changed man who tried to loot corpses. Oh, okay, they do know about the bracelet issue. Exactly, yeah. Saw it in Canis, but of course Canis is in his cell at the time. Yeah, he's, you know, that prisoner that all the others are afraid of. Ah, so now it finally comes into play. He's the fixer. Anything you need, he can get it for you. He has a secret way of getting things into the facility. I've never actually heard about mud baths for animals, but I mean, it probably is a real thing. Oh, yeah! Yeah, usually they make it a little more obvious in the newer games when you have to present evidence to people to proceed the investigation. I remember in the earlier games, oftentimes you'd have to give somebody back the evidence they just gave you to get more detail on. I think Edgeworth himself does that at one point. Oh yeah, Eeny Meeny's sprite also sways back and forth like this. So, the show had been on for about an hour at that time. I don't know, I get the feeling that, like, this could sound really bad out of context, I'm sorry. Okay, so we now know that, I love how it's like, sullied with being warned by Saw It when administering a dark mudpack treatment. Also bloodstained. Because that's important too. What use? Nope. Also, yeah, again, there's the whole thing about, like, yeah. Being like, if you have to keep saying, I'm a model prisoner every few seconds, you probably, there's probably, like, yeah, you're probably not one. TV Tropes calls that suspiciously specific denial. Told other people, the privileged lifestyle. Well, thankfully Gumshoe's not here, otherwise he'd be forced to do it. So in this collection, you can't walk straight up and down using the left stick for some reason. It'll only go diagonally. Interesting. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure the weight was measured in kilograms in the Japanese version. So yeah, having to do metric to imperial conversions is something that I had to do on the fan translation a few times. Especially one example in case 5 that I'll get to that was very interesting. But yeah, I live in Australia, so we use the metric system here, so I actually had to familiarize myself with, oh, that's actually another thing. So I also had to train myself to use American spelling. As well. And also, this reminds me of another thing. Wow, I can't believe I didn't tell this before. So, in the earlier Ace Attorney games, whenever somebody does like an interrobang, it's always exclamation mark, question mark, not question mark, exclamation mark. That was something that we were very adamant about preserving, so I had to unlearn, because in my mind, like, I naturally write question mark, exclamation mark. Yes, don't you just love the Imperial system? Yeah, as an American, I'm sorry. Yeah, I agree, Backset. So like the thing about Metric and Imperial that's particularly interesting to me is that, like, if you look up the Pokemon move Grass Knot, which does more damage based on how heavy the target is, in Japanese, when it's all in kilograms, the weight cutoffs make perfect sense. They're all nice round numbers that end in zeros. In English, the weight cutoffs are completely stupid and make no sense. Yeah. Also reminds me of a bit of a ruling on Blaine. There's a Blaine's Quiz Show. It's a card in a Pokemon card game, and it tells you basically you have to like name one of your Pokemon, and your opponent has to guess its height or weight. And the ruling says that because Pokemon cards are printed in Imperial, even in countries that use the metric system, you have to answer in Imperial units. And yeah, I think they eventually banned that card because like it had weird issues with, like, not because it was broken, but because it just had weird issues with, like, again, different types of units and stuff. And that people could potentially, I think, confuse you by using foreign cards. Like, because at the time, I don't think it was illegal to use Japanese cards. So you could put a Japanese card down with Blaine's Quiz Show, and then they'll give you the correct height in feet, and you're like, the card says meters, and you didn't say meters, therefore you're technically wrong. I don't know if that was, like, I forget if that was actually real. You know what? I'm gonna actually look that up now. I want to see if I'm getting this right or not. Because I think that was banned, that card. Sorry to talk about non-Ace Attorney topics here, but like, I'm pretty sure the card was banned. Put a Pokemon from your, wait, no, where is it? Oh, due to confusion, this card may cause at multilingual tournaments. Play Pokemon announced it would be banned from play at the 2019 Pokemon World Championships. Okay, yeah. Oh, because people attend worlds from many different countries, and they have different language decks. That would explain it. Because again, like, it's theoretically possible that somebody could put down a card, and they'd be like, my deck is French, you didn't say its French name, therefore you're wrong. I once tried to take the exam to become a Pokemon card game judge, and it is insane how hard that exam is. Like, you need to know so many ridiculous tiny rules interactions. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, if you want to use foreign language cards, the official rules state that you, the player, have to provide a translation of the card or else you're disqualified. Yeah, I seem to remember that, oh yeah, the answer is moops. I think that's a Seinfeld thing, I remember that. But like, Yeah, I seem to remember that, like, they used to allow you to use, like, if you did use Japanese cards in Pokemon tournaments, you had to bring an English copy of the card just so that your opponent could check the translation. But I think they just now ban using, like, cards outside of your region or something. Anyway, back to the game. There were 3 members short. Three no-shows. So besides Sword and Canis, there was 1 more no-show. Yeah, you seem like the kind of person who would take a very strict roll call. The numbers Americans need to know regarding low kick and grass on a 22, 55, 110, 220, and 440. They're actually not that bad looking at them now, but like the Japanese numbers are a lot better. Maybe it has something to do with the missing guard uniform. Oh, if you thought that the Yu-Gi-Oh conversation was fascinating, Acorn T, one of my favorite things about Yu-Gi-Oh is that, originally there was no limit on Yu-Gi-Oh deck size like there is in Pokemon, and they made a limit of 60 cards when somebody entered a tournament with a 2,000 card deck just to troll people. The aim of the deck was to shuffle it repeatedly and just waste your opponent's time. It has kind of a short snout. Maybe that is a real alligator and not like a crocodile, because they often confuse them in fiction. You're looking as adorable as always, Allie. Yeah, so she was, if you remember back from the first part of the stream, well, the previous stream of this case, I mean, she did mention Allie before. She said it was time to feed her. So, it seems like Allie belongs to Fifi and not the circus. Do you need to have some kind of permit to keep an alligator? Like, I feel like alligators would be considered like a dangerous, not dangerous, but would be considered an exotic animal and would probably require some kind of a permit. Yes, of course, I'm gonna let somebody pet the alligator. This is not a lawsuit waiting to happen at all. I do like how that's a good use of her pre-hug sprite. I mean, she is under supervision, but still, again, this is probably a lawsuit waiting to happen. The difference is whether or not they have a V versus a U-shaped nose for alligator versus crocodile. Oh, need a permit for foxes too. Yeah, that's a thing. Like, I love foxes. If I could have a domesticated fox, I probably would. But like, I'm guessing that they're a nightmare to actually domesticate, and probably also foxes are considered evil pest animals in Australia, and they would probably never let you have one. Okay, that's definitely Gumshoe. See, like, that is also why, like, it is important that you localize the characters' speaking styles, because, like, and it's a good sign of the localization that, like, even from a question mark name tag, I can tell that's Gumshoe. Luckily, we have 2 lawyers right here. Yeah, that's true. Oh, thankfully, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. Oh, yeah, luminol. Yep, that was blood. Only tiny specks, though. Yeah, I get the feeling that if there was a lot of blood there, it wouldn't have cleaned up so easily. Yay, Gummy's here, yeah. Dragon Knight, you got a physical copy of a couple of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and they got banned, like, immediately. Reminds me of when I trained a Salamence for, like, Pokemon, and then Smogon banned it, and then I trained a Latias as a replacement, and then Smogon banned that. No, I think it was the other way around. And then I trained a Kingdra instead. Yes, the 5-second forensics team strikes again. Oh, actually, wait, they're not 5 seconds this time. They're only 5 seconds in case 1, when things need to be expedited. Foxes literally cannot be domesticated. Yeah, I think they're like crossbred with dogs a lot. Yeah, I've heard Delta Dragon that people did do that with the hero in Smash. They wanted him banned because it would be hard for foreigners to read the command menu, depending on the language. Acorn T, is that real? Or is that, like, if that was a real AI summary of the chat at this point, that'd be amazing. Proof? I don't sure it's proof the murder happened there. Again, they said it was small specks of blood, not a giant... You'd think there'd be more blood. Unless somebody stabbed him and whatever stabbed him in the neck held the wound closed long enough, and then when whatever was stabbed was released, the blood came out everywhere. Because that can happen. And the chaperone, yeah, she is his chaperone. Verity, I mean. Yep, guess what? It's the Wait, it's the AI. Wait, the AI summary is real? That actually was a thing? Okay, I'm gonna scroll back in the chat and read this. Viewers are discussing various topics, including the latest Yu-Gi-Oh! Ban list, a story about a group of friends carrying a massive card holder, the presence of licenses for owning alligators, and the dangers of chimps in relation to alligators. If that's all real, that's the most amazing thing I've heard in a long time. I've seen the AI chat summary of Critical Role chats, but never my own before. But yes, Gumshoe's secret weapons are back. It's been a long time. I think they haven't shown up since Trials and Trip. No, not Trials and Trip. Since Justice for All Case 4, I think. The 7 secret weapons. I'm sorry, I was talking about other stuff I didn't notice about Edgeworth asking Gumshoe if he hit his head or something. Metal detector! Well, since that was the only one that worked in the first game, it probably won't work here. I mean, there's metal everywhere in this prison. Yep, Missile, who looks totally different in Ghost Trick. Missile, I believe, is a Shiba Inu here, but the Missile's a Pomeranian in Ghost Trick. He's named after Shu Takumi's actual dog, but, like, I forget. I think it's the Pomeranian that's the one that's actually more accurate to the real one. Especially food. Yeah, he gets distracted easily. Yeah, don't put him near Mr. Canis's dog. He would just die. A fishing rod. Oh no, we're gonna have a fishing minigame, aren't we? Because every game needs to have one. And I just thought of Frontiers, and then I thought about the thought of Gumshoe and Big the Cat fishing together, which is actually amazing. The real Missile was a Pomeranian. Yeah, I thought so. I love how the dangers of chimps in relation to alligators is still a constant in the AI summary. Yes, you're pulling out the rules card theory of this. I have a weirdest better puzzle, right? Here! Can we see it? No. I mean, that's kind of true. We have to try the fishing rod first. Oh, then Gumshoe died to the alligator at the end. Yeah, let's not tell him about the alligator. We probably should have done that before he went out there, but still. Now, let's hope Missile is not the kind of dog who freaks out at any other animals, because then he's just gonna, you know, this is not gonna be... Oh, hello. Hi, Missile. I like how they actually did the sprite. I don't think Missile was in Investigations 1. Oh, right, yeah. The dog would be good at sniffing out a route that another dog took. Or the body, that too. Something sweet, Cake. Yeah, I vaguely remember this, I think. Oh, Missile was in Investigations 1? Okay, I completely forgot about that. It has been a while. Yes, we need to make sure that, well, I mean, you know, Missile could just easily make friends with Helmet. That's also entirely possible. I think I actually missed the optional dialogue for the metal detector in that case, because this seems like it's definitely progressing things. I'm guessing that if you use the metal detector, like, it just beeps everywhere, because, like, there's metal in this whole place, so it's not entirely that useful. Oh, there's the cursed sprite that people were warning me about. I jump into the stream and I'm immediately met with a puppy. Hi, Akiko Sasaki. Oh, Shibas aren't known for being social. Yeah, it's always the dogs that look cute that are the biggest jerks, in my opinion. And it's the ones that look scary, that are always complete sweeties. Yeah, I knew you got to examine this cell at some point, but I thought it might have been earlier, but no, it is now. Were these? Oh, they are rice crackers, yeah. Yeah, there is a TV trope called, oh, I need to actually screenshot this because, I want to add this to the TV tropes page on luxury prison suites. Because, you know, a certain somebody in Apollo Justice also got a similar treatment. So yeah, we already have that examined. I wouldn't think that the chessboard would have anything suspicious right now. Don't ever try to groom a Shiba, trust me on that. Oh, Samui Shiba, my roommate has a Shiba Inu and he is a big jerk, yeah. My mom really doesn't like Chihuahuas, and I think that's the reason why. It's often like the little overly cute looking dogs that are actually, although, my brother-in-law has I think it's a Shiba Inu and he's great, so yeah. Want to go? Oh, yeah, I guess so. Go is kind of similar. Yeah, there's a lot of similarities with Go at times. Okay, that's pretty good. I just thought it was funny that there was like, any one of these is a potential murder weapon, and then Kay is like, oh, speaking of which, that reminds me of something. Kay, why are you being reminded of things when we talk about murder weapons? Mr. Wood carving face. Oh, there you've, Graveyard Smash has mostly met sweet chihuahuas that are super kissy and polite, okay. Like, this is the one the game really wants you to examine. Yeah, just like the really small brushes that I use for Warhammer models, I guess. An all-purpose pocket chisel. Yeah, that certainly sounds useful if you also need to stab somebody in the throat, maybe. Is that chocolate? Isn't that poisonous to dogs? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it is. And then Gumshoe shoved all the cakes in his mouth to spare the dog poisoning. Gumshoe is a true hero. I'm a cat person too, but I like some dogs. But if that cake was around the body, though, like the scent of it, that does kind of show something. That was just a blip. He ate 40 cakes. That's as many as 4 10s, and that's terrible. Meanwhile, that unnamed prisoner is still here. That is, yeah, Mr. Carcerato's cell. Gumshoe eating evidence, yeah. And that cake was probably the best meal Gumshoe has had in months, I agree, Cyberspace. Joker the Kitsuneko Phantom Thief, what did I miss? You missed Regina Berry's introduction, as well as some investigating, but now we've tracked this, our dog, Missile, has tracked a scent into the boxer's cell. And he's not here right now. Gotta lose 10 pounds. Yeah, of course, he has a punching bag of the warden, because why not? Oh, this is a kind of a cool heater. Yeah, I think we did change a couple of these. Like, I'm sure that some of these graphics did require editing in English. It's like the same kind of heater that's in Persona Q, not Q, Persona 5 Strikers in the Hokkaido, the Sapporo jail. Edgeworth did not know the meaning of the word fun as a kid, and he barely knows it now. Flute practice, that's cool. Okay. Okay, Kay is taking shots at flute players there. That looks like an hourglass. Yeah, the same as the length of a round, which usually don't run out in Punch-Out speedruns, because if you haven't, definitely watch the Awesome Games Done Quick blindfolded Punch-Out runs. They're amazing. Like, they are some of my favorite runs I've ever seen. Oh, I think I remember this, actually. This dialogue. Yeah, like, there's little bits of this that I do. Again, I don't think this was my part of the translation, but I do remember little bits of this. I was looking more at the drugs, Kay. Supplements, yes. Hang on. Did we use this exact same thing? Like, I think we used... Okay, not soul crushing, but I think we did use hustle. I think I vaguely remember something. That could just be me misremembering things, but I think we might have used that. Also, though, cue the Akihiko jokes. As somebody who basically consumes protein powder on the regular, that does not look like it. Okay, chat. So, okay, that was the poster and all that. Well, yeah, let's examine this elephant in the room. That pun makes me want a head desk. but it fits for the situation. Nobody's gonna comment on the fact that the warden is the punching bag. But the plot thickens. Yeah, you click the training dummy immediately and accidentally miss all the flavor text. Yeah, that's a thing that can happen sometimes. There's an achievement in what was it? In Great Ace Attorney 1, there's literally one point that you have to examine this thing to get the achievement, and it's during a really emotional sequence where the correct answer is very obvious. I mean, Edgeworth doesn't want to dive into the hole because he doesn't want to disturb the crime scene, I suppose. Or, you know, evidence. Well, I guess we've found the answer to the hole in our theory, literally. Yeah, at least somebody in the chat knows about the Great Ace Attorney achievement that I'm referring to. It was kind of a weird one to put right there. It's also weird that you didn't notice this your first time investigating this cell. Like, this is something that I was dying to talk about back when we did this investigation, but it's like, yeah, why did nobody notice this? You'd think it would be pretty obvious if there was a giant hole in Knight's cell. Under the bed. Like that. Like, again, you'd think that they would have noticed at some point. But still, it's more dramatic to save the reveal for now. Yeah, about the Great Ace Attorney playthrough with my sister, yeah, I liked it too. The issue is that she had a baby last year, and that basically consumes all of your time, so she hasn't really had any time to record with me since then. Yeah, the fact that Missile noticed that scent, let's give Missile credit, they're not obsessed with food all the time. I think Gumshoe referred to Missile as a girl earlier. Sorry, I forget what gender Missile is. Oh yeah, and the body was covered in dirt too. Yeah, crazy tunnel vision to miss that, exactly. Yeah, they look more like paw prints than footprints to me. Yeah, I don't actually, like, I'll need to check out the chat, but, like, get the chat to confirm to me, but, what gender Missile is. And then, yes, tunnel vision, yep, indeed. Yeah, for all we know, he could be the third person who wasn't at the show, but then again, we saw him afterwards. Oh, nuts what? According to the Ace Attorney Wiki, Missile is male, okay. Yeah, I guess they're going full The Fugitive at this point. PokerTube, I should be finishing the case today. Yeah, she does get very professional when she's, you know, in the right situation. Yeah, I guess that could be true, but also, like, how did he get rid of his bracelet? He'd need to get rid of his bracelet somehow in order to get out of the prison, and, they give you an electric shock if you try to remove them, don't they? Yeah, I like this theme a lot. This is the Confess the Truth theme of this game. And now, a different officer. The blood is Knight's. Okay. Yeah, this could, you know, I mean, imply how he's the fixer. I do like that localization, by the way, the fixer. Oh, also, Edgeworth is saying exactly what yeah, this is actually what I really love about Ace Attorney. The internal monologues of the protagonist often echo what the player is thinking. Like, it's just something about the writing that just does that. It's very hard to do. So I definitely praise the Japanese writers for doing that. So, yeah. This is this whole thing. The evidence you borrowed from the precincts. You've tried so many times you've lost count. Yeah, it was pretty obvious he was referring to him with this. I haven't finished Great Ace Attorney on my own, but I know I've seen footage of, like, the ending. Like, I know everything about it. Everything related to Candace is with you now, huh? Yeah, this looks even creepier in HD. Yeah. I mean, it kind of makes sense for her to want to interrogate him, because she's probably aware of his whole fixer thing at this point. Maybe she's trying to stamp that out. Yeah, the veins, exactly. 5:55 p.m. Oh no, you're here. Given that we are in charge of the investigation, hint, hint. More of our favorite prosecutor, useless wiener. Exactly.
Objection!
I wonder if that first-rate deduction should have been winning deductions. The thing is, it is still very plausible that Simeon could have moved the body using the cage. And this would explain why we have a health bar for this. Yeah, it's true that she probably has the authority to remove him from this entirely, so she's at least giving him a chance, and that's something. Huh, well that's cool. Yeah, I knew he'd like that. Yeah, we're going straight up against her now, rather than I wouldn't say I call him a patsy exactly, but, you know. How Knight wound up in the prison proper. That's a long testimony title, but it kind of fits her. Yeah, we remember that incident. Okay. I do like the build-up to this Gavel. Also, I just noticed that she has, like, scales on her sleeve designs. Didn't actually notice that in the old sprites. Okay, still from the footage. That's definitely Simeon talking to Knight. And the cage is definitely there. Ah, they think that he entered the cage. But, like, people would have known that he was gone, though. Oh no, we're up against someone with more than 9 IQ, whatever shall we do? Exactly. Yeah, I do like the fact that this is Gavel's first testimony, and you can clearly tell that she's not the idiot that her sidekick is. Yeah, idiot sidekick, that's the word. So they think that Knight was the one planning an escape, not Rocco. Well, I mean... Yeah. Hey! It's the new fad! Everybody's escaping jail today! Oh, Back said, I loathe Gavel's sleeves because the pattern is impossible to draw. Yeah, I feel... It reminds me of how, a lot of people feel really bad for Mollymuck cosplayers in the Critical Role community because of how insane not only his tattoos are, but also his coat. Huh. Are you sure nobody would have found him during that time somehow? So I wonder if there's a motive there, like maybe that they thought the escape went sour or something? Yeah, I do wonder what the, you know, the voice acting budget would have entailed, because, like, I believe Eustace's only voice clip is Objection, and that's it. It's probably why a lot of the, like, earlier games, all the voices were done by Capcom employees. I forgot that Phoenix was actually voiced by Shu Takumi in Japanese, and in English by, like, one of the main localizers, Ben Judd. Some people don't like her overall voice clip. I think I said this before, like, I do like it a lot.
Hold it!
Okay, conveniently, the guard is still unconscious. Because clearly he would probably know who assaulted him. If he was in Knight's cell, even if he was hit from behind, like if he was in Knight's cell... Yeah, I feel like normally pressing her would be a bad idea, but I want to try. And I believe Knight did not have a bracelet, because he was in the holding cells. He was not convicted yet. So he wouldn't have needed to bypass the bracelet security gates. Ah, okay. We're already going with this, huh, on pressing. So Knight didn't have the keys. Instantly killed by a stab wound. Had a secret compartment. Okay, well we know there's a secret compartment in there. Prison roll call. Victim's body had not been found by the time of the 7 AM roll call. Oh, they have yet to be recovered. Would that imply that if they were on his body, we would have found them? And we also have the security gates too, that's a possibility. Yeah. Because I presume the cage would have had to go past the security gates. So it would have detected the keys, I think. So I feel like it's either one of these.
Take that!
Nope, not this one. Okay, I'll press the other ones right now.
Hold it!
Yeah, the cage itself is metal too. The Gurk indeed.
Hold it!
Okay, so we can press further on this too. Yeah, this is a bit of a trickier testimony. So yeah, we've been through this already. Hit the keys. Okay. Also gonna remember there was a small cut on the scalp when he suffered from a blow to the head. Maybe it is the fact that the keys haven't been found?
Take that!
Yeah, I thought so. Though I might have missed some flavor dialogue here. Well, she's taking this pretty calmly. Ah, I wondered if she was gonna say that. Like, I know most of the plot of these games. It's been a while since I've actually played this for myself or watched footage of it. So there's a decent amount of it that I still remember, but for the parts I haven't translated, there's like the actual specifics of how they get to the plot points. Hang on a second, I need to close my windows. It's just looking like it might storm where I am. Yeah, throwing Winner under the bus, exactly. But we didn't find the keys inside the secret compartment in the chess set either.
Objection!
Which would imply that Simeon took them out afterwards, but how would he have known the... Anyway.
Overruled.
Yeah, she's done her research on the show itself more than we have. We don't know the plot outside of Elephantine Heroine is a great line. We don't know the plot of the show outside of what we've been told about the love triangle. And yeah, Simeon did bring the chess set in, so granted, it's not totally unreasonable to assume that it was part of the escape plan, if there was one. Yeah, the sent flying thing right here. Yeah, there's a very interesting, like, way of saying this in Japanese. I think it can literally mean blown away. I think it's actually what whirlwind is in Pokemon in Japanese. And that's why, like, I was always confused why Hariyama could learn whirlwind in Pokemon. But, like, I think in Japanese it more generically means to send flying or to throw far away. So it can mean both being blown away by a whirlwind and physically thrown away. So, yeah, I think it was the term used here. I mean, you know, he's a circus performer. He probably is used to these kind of stunts. Ah, yes, this thing. This reminds me of... There's a book called The Art of Course Acting that I used to love when I was younger. And it talks about how a lot of these actors would love to play characters who die before the ending so that they can spend the rest of the show in the pub. Yeah, he went blasting off, exactly. Ah, we're gonna segue into our theory now.
Objection!
It's 2:39 AM at some points. Hi, Sea Legion. What proof do you have the murder took place in the victim's holding cell? Well, here we're just really presenting something for her benefit that we already know.
Take that!
I think either that or the security footage works here, I think. Yeah, whenever you see that angle of Edgeworth, you know he's about to point. Traces, you say? Yeah, it's better than, I believe in Japanese, like, Winner in this first testimony says, we found traces there.
Objection!
We kind of did. The forensic report fell off of a truck, I guess. Yeah. A blunt instrument, but a reliable one. And of course, Gumshoe has no idea what... Oh, well, you know what we're talking about. Oh, of course it does. Whoops! Whoops! We probably should have chosen our words carefully. She knows that whenever we are subtly insulting somebody without directly mentioning them, it's probably Gumshoe. Oh, wow. Again, nice pun. I'd forgotten you were there. That's just his lot in life, isn't it? I mean, to be fair, that's actually a good point. Shockingly. Except, given that it's a point made by Eustace Winner, it's still going to be terrible in the end. Yeah, he would do that. He's actually trained his dog to not leave evidence. Yeah, I think they do mention shake in Japanese as well here. Oh, yeah, this. Yeah, I remember this scene now. Yeah, I actually think that I translated this sequence now that I remember. The earlier parts with Gavel might have been someone else, but I remember this distinctly, so maybe I did jump into this script a little later. Normally, though, we had one person working on the cross-examination, so maybe I did the whole thing. I probably did. Yeah, it's some of my memories are a bit hazy. I definitely remember doing this part, though, because when I saw this thing, it's like, wait, first he bites down, and then, yeah, la la, I'm not listening. It's pretty similar to what she said in Japanese here, I think.
Objection!
Wait, I'm not done yet. I just thought of something else. You overruled your own guy? For once, Eustace made sense, but the world denied him. Eustace is trying very hard, exactly. He's doing his best.
Hold it!
Yeah, so I guess we've got another instance of, like, again, showing them stuff that we already know, but they don't yet. But we kind of had to wait for them to give us the opportunity to bring up this argument. The whole idea of, like, where the crime took place.
Take that!
But in Knox's commandments of detective stories, you're not meant to have secret passageways unless they're foreshadowed. Granted, like, I wouldn't say that if we've got a case taking place in a prison, the idea of a prison breakout in a tunnel is enough of a trope that it probably does count as being foreshadowed. Like, I've heard some things saying that, like, Ace Attorney games are, by definition, not fair play mysteries, because more evidence is given to you as you proceed through the story, which is usually not the case in fair play mysteries. But still, yeah, like, I kind of feel like this doesn't really, well, it technically does break the secret passage commandment, but also, it, again, like, not everything has to follow the Knox commandments anyway. Kind of miss Eustace calling Verity by her first name in the fan translation. Yeah, okay, I get that, but yeah. Sort of get why they go with last, though. There's a very clear hierarchy between them. I'm pretty sure at this point Edgeworth would be using Kisama to refer to Canis.
Overruled.
Why was Fender there?
Hold it!
Yeah, a fair play mystery says that after a specific point, the reader should be able to figure it out. And that's true of most Ace Attorney games, I feel.
Overruled.
Yeah. So I think I remember doing this in the translation. I was like, oh, interesting. Evidence is everything. I'm pretty sure that's the same wording that a certain somebody uses in a later game. There's no real connection, but I think it's just a nice callback. Oh yeah, I think sometimes Edgeworth says it too. Oh no. Oh no. So this is the thing. Edgeworth only updates the autopsy report once, but now we're having the updated autopsy report used against us. Wait, did we get that? How do you not know you had it? And thus, winner. This is how it feels, Edgeworth. Exactly. Tables turned. Stab wound to the throat, and the weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. Does that count a dog's fangs, though? Huh. A bladed metal instrument. I suppose a dog's fangs would leave a wider indentation, whereas a bladed instrument would be a narrower cut, probably. I don't know anything about autopsies, but yeah. I mean, Koromaru! I see your argument and raise you Koromaru. Or, you know, Zacian. And Zacian is Uber for a reason. I mean, kind of, but how would we get into Rocco's cell, though? I don't think the cell doors open in response to animals, only the workshop doors. Oh yeah, Repeat as well. I still love how Repeat, like his mystic art has no name when he first uses it because he's a dog and he can't name his own attacks. So then afterwards, the party gives it a name in a skit, and I think they just call it Slash with like a couple of exclamation marks. Also, Kiki Megami, I do know how this case ends. In fact, I translated the final testimony, so yeah. She was baiting me, waiting for the perfect moment to crush me that autopsy report. Gee, I wonder if you know, this is a familiar sensation, but you're usually on the other side of it. Everyone's like, now I know how Phoenix feels. If Phoenix ever gets wind of this, he's never gonna let Edgeworth live it down. He's gonna be like, you know all the times that you used to mock me for falling for the old pull the autopsy report on them and they didn't suspect it trick? Well, ha 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 ha. So it is an interim report, admittedly. Oh yeah, that line was in the... I remember that line now too, yeah. So clearly I must have translated this part, but not some of the parts before it. Yeah, it was just like we planned it. We, not you, we. I was involved. I was definitely involved. Yeah. Unless he was very good at wiping the blood off of his chisels, have we tried luminoling them? Because they would fit that bladed object theory. Yeah, the only fair prosecutor and Ace Attorney was probably Van's. That's why a lot of people like Van Zykes. He like, in his tactics, he's just totally fair and just uses pure logic. Unfortunately, he's also racist, so that kind of cancels it out. He does get better, though, with time. Yeah, this right here is almost a very Phoenix-like determination. This is very much not first game Edgeworth. First Ace Attorney, not first investigations. Uses is only here for moral support. He's Verity's pair-up partner, but he probably doesn't give her any major increase in stats. In fact, he probably lowers her magic stat, because that's like the equivalent of intelligence in Fire Emblem. Only uses logic, and what about the 9 jurors who always agree with him? This is about Van Zykes, but yeah. Yeah, so this whole case, it's a mystery in its own right, but it also has a major role to play in the overarching narrative. This is Edgeworth starting to act more like his father, and starting to prove to Fender that he isn't like Von Karma anymore. Oh yeah, there's also Clavier, yeah. Clavier is also one of the few fair prosecutors. Yeah, it's probably Van Zeek's, because, like, I think it's, in Japanese, it's a poem like Banjikusu, which is like, everything's over. So, like, it might be Van Zeek's. I don't think they say it in voice acting. So what if we don't actually have a murder weapon that our entire case is built on? It's fine.
Overruled.
Is anybody keeping track of the number of times he whips himself in the face? Yeah, we still saw a black, small shape jumping on somebody. Mr. Smarty Pants. The footage shows the dog killing somebody, the dog jumping on somebody, somebody attacking the dog. No, it seems more like the dog is jumping on somebody. An alive but unconscious knight.
Objection.
Oh yeah, I do remember this one as well. I'm pretty sure this was very similar in Japanese. So we had a lot of fun trying to localize that report card thing. You confessing to what's on yours, exactly. No blood on any of the chisels, huh? Oh! Yeah, I just realized, yeah. The small chisel isn't there in their version of the story. Bro projecting instead of objecting, exactly. Although Winner is the kind of guy who would say, projecting instead of objecting. For a man who can't leave his cell of his own volition, he probably hid it in his own cell, of course. I think there's actually a pretty funny line you get if you fail that one. Yeah, because it would be used to carve stuff.
Objection! Objection!
Oh, I think I remember this now. When you came here previously. Yeah, they kind of give away the answer with this.
Hold it!
I kind of feel like I sort of wish they let you figure this out on your own, because it is kind of clever, but like, I guess they, like, it's a pretty big leap to make.
Take that!
Oh wow, even she's actually on our, well, not on our side, but she's actually going for this. Ah. See, this is interesting. She's actually supportive of this line of questioning, which probably means she thinks it won't hurt her case. Yeah, the investigations games, I guess, are easier than the original trilogies, but still. I'm screenshotting this because this is just a great line. I guess his brain is finally caught up. Yeah, this is not a very hard Ace Attorney game, but like, the story's good though. And, you know, easy doesn't necessarily mean, you know, unfun. I mean, I've always said that, like, Persona 5 Tactica is a very easy game, but it's also really fun. And there's Luminol. Yeah, I think some people in the chat, a couple of people in the chat are saying that, like, Verity is at least more reasonable than, you know, Nayuta. Yeah, I still maintain Nayuta is good in Case 5. The problem is the Case 5 version of him does not line up with how he acts in any of the earlier cases. Yeah, granted, there was a lot of fake difficulty in the original trilogy. Like, I still cannot believe that, like, I keep saying Trial, Justice for All, if you look up strange Nickel Samurai photo, like, you have to point out this, like, spot on that photo's ankles, hopefully this isn't too much of a spoiler out of context, and if you get it wrong, it is an instant game over. Like, the fact that that is a very common Google search should tell you that's not a very good puzzle. Yeah, the problem with Nayusa is that he has no reason to act the way that he does in Japanifornia. It's just, why does he do that? He's good in Case 5, but that's not the same way he's written in the rest of the game. Because the thing is, like, we aren't, like, you know, they aren't prosecuting a suspect, technically, so, like, there isn't really anything weird about them switching to suspecting him now that the evidence points to it. We're not in a trial right now. He probably has some kind of airtight alibi or evidence. I've just combined them in my head as, like, alivants. Oh, this one's pretty obvious. I never knew him. I have no connection with him whatsoever. About that. Yeah. You know, actually, this actually makes me wonder about something. Wouldn't it be an interesting plotline if an assassin was, like, hired to kill one of their family members or loved ones? Like, how would that work? Would they prioritize their own, like, personal connections or the job? Yeah, I already know what this link is, but I'm gonna press stuff regardless.
Hold it!
Yeah, some of the puzzles are pretty brutal on a tiny phone screen. Oh yeah, Rise from the Ashes especially, with all of the, you know, the 3D evidence examinations that's got, and all of the forensic gimmicks. Yeah, I do like the way that he dresses the dog. Yeah, so I'm gonna wait, because this one's obviously the problematic statement.
Hold it!
So I just want to press everything else.
Objection!
I guess that implies that he was an actual priest at one point.
Hold it!
Yeah, I suppose, like, I just realized something. Like, in Japanese, it kind of makes a little more sense, the irony with this character, because, like, a big thing about Buddhism is not, like, not taking the lives of living beings, I think. Like, I know that a lot of Buddhists are actually, like, against, like, the butchering of animals, because, like, back when the shogunate was Buddhist, everyone who dealt with, like, meat, like butchers, were, like socially untouchables. And anyone who dealt with death in general, like morticians, were also, like, outcasts from society. So I guess the idea of, like, a Buddhist-themed assassin is a bit of a contradiction. And then, granted, there were, like, the Ikor Iki monks. I forget if they were Buddhist or not, but, like, I know that they were, like, warrior monks, but still. Yeah, there's just the footprints, but I mean, that doesn't really imply much. The dog could have just found the tunnel one day and walked through it.
Hold it!
Well, I mean, the killer has accepted assassination jobs from people that he doesn't really know that well, I guess. Yeah, 6-4 was Capcom's middle finger to the localization team, the Rakugo one. Which Janet Sue was like, they just told, like, the writer, so, Rakugo. And then the writer was like, hee hee hee. Yeah. Yeah, this one should be pretty obvious. I had no contact with him whatsoever. Oh, really? Oh, really? Well, correspondence chess.
Objection!
Oh, wow, that's a nice line. Yeah, I wish we'd gotten more Clavier too. Clavier definitely deserves better. Yeah. Yeah, apparently there are more possible games of chess than grains of sand in the whole world. I learned that from a childhood book. These games generally seem like they'd be a pain to localize when the cultural elements become a center focus. Yeah, it would have been interesting if it would have been interesting to in a hypothetical world where Spirit of Justice wasn't localized and there was a fan translation of Spirit of Justice. Like, holy crap, handling Case 4 would have been interesting. 50 11 Googleplexes. Which reminds me, there's like a fanfic that has a line, billions had to die so that Googles may live. It's just like, I'm sorry, but like, it's so hard to take that word seriously in that context. What childhood books did you read? Chess books, murderous maths, also other stuff. Ah. He actually did speak about this earlier. He did imply that he didn't know who he was playing correspondence chess with. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, this evidence has a different description that I had to check as well. Huh. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, like, the blood would start, you know, it was kind of blocking the wound. And that would vaguely explain what saw it saw. What if there was a Miles Edgeworth chess bot? That'd be cool. I think an earlier Ace Attorney game did use this exact same thing. Like, what a witness thinks was someone being stabbed was actually somebody pulling out the murder weapon. Canis is the only guy who could communicate to his dog, hey, please get the murder weapon out of a corpse.
Objection!
I mean, he probably recovered the murder weapon because he thought that it would be very suspicious if one of his chisels was stuck in a dead body. When they say it's like a trademark of yours, now I start thinking of silk hat, white roses. Wait, was the third one the cape? The 3 symbols of Max Galactica, which just get reiterated over and over again in that case. Oh, it was the cape. Okay, good to know. It's still amazing just how much better the anime version of Big Top is than the game. Wait, one of only 2 in existence? One for your knife, and one for your beloved helmet. Yeah. The knife has long since been taken from you. Yeah, of course they probably wouldn't let him have his, like, signature murder weapon in prison. Just seized by the police during his arrest. Wait, did ProZD play Justice for All? That's actually kind of interesting because he was actually involved in this fan translation, but that's in case 3. Yeah, that's what I thought. He was going to become the prime suspect, so that's why he changed things.
Hold it!
This is sort of the thing with, like, writing a murder mystery. Any suspect or witness who is misleading needs to have a logical reason for being misleading. Like, you can't just have people lie for no reason, but if somebody noticed something at the crime scene that implicated them a lot, it does make sense they might try to hide it. I mean, would the fingerprints really survive it being inside a dog's mouth, though? It's easy! You just sprinkle powder everywhere and blow on the touchscreen. ProZD had a Let's... I know he has a Let's Play channel. I didn't know that he had the original... He did the original trilogy there. So, Mr. Knight's prints were on the chisel, but there's no sign of any prints being wiped off. But, like, could he have, like, stabbed himself? Huh. You used your psychic powers to manipulate the chisel. Adrian in Wonderland, me wanting my character to be smart and realizing I have to actually come up with the smart plans. Yeah, that's the thing. It's often very hard to write a convincingly smart character. Because often the author is trying to write somebody significantly smarter than themselves, and that can be hard to do. What's my opinion on the Edgeworth dog race video that went viral? I have no idea what you're talking about. That's my opinion. I haven't seen it. Yeah, we did stake our badge on this. I mean, it's why there's so many writing advice websites on how, or not websites, like videos and articles on how to write smart characters. Yeah, I do wonder how he figured out it was a chisel without touching it. I think the implication by the dialogue is he only realized that it was a chisel, like, now. Or like later on. Like, when someone told him about it. Oh, you need to watch the dog race video? Okay, I will have to remind myself to do that at some point. Doesn't matter how we get there as long as we save Simeon in the end. Well, maybe let's not use, like, forged evidence or anything. Because that has happened before in this series. Again, this is just leaning heavily into the whole defense attorney logic and how they're different from prosecutors, and how Edgeworth is starting to act more and more like one. If the evidence closes a door, it opens a window. How would he have managed to bring a chisel into here? Well, I think it sounds a lot like the secret compartment could be involved. He did specifically ask Simeon to get that for him. Yeah, I also agree, sorry, this isn't totally relevant to this right here, but like that writing a master manipulator is also very hard. I've seen a lot of great ones in fiction. One of my favorites is the way that Brennan Lee Mulligan portrayed the Lord of the Hells in Exandria Unlimited Calamity. Like, that was so good, he had me convinced for a while. Though mostly because I'm just used to that kind of trope of like, oh, the devil figure was actually a misunderstood good guy all along. The fact that he faked that and then was like, oh no, I'm actually just as evil as the legends say. Like, that was amazing. I mean, that's a kind of huge spoiler for that, but I cannot, like, it's an amazing, like, amazing performance. Like, the way he did that was so good. Yeah, so Eustace was kind of right. Just for the wrong reasons. Okay, yeah, that's fine, Chaotic Caper, if you need to leave. There'll always be the VODs if you want to catch up on them. Knight hid a chisel in here to prevent it being found by prison staff. A broken clock's right twice a day. Yeah, that sums up, Eustace a lot. Yeah. What about this footage? Eustace got the correct answer but didn't show his work, exactly. Yeah, like, that does happen in a lot of, like, math exams. Sometimes you can get the correct answer. That's why they award marks for the working. Because, like, if you get the correct answer but your working is wrong, you still haven't properly demonstrated that you know the question. Okay, this is a very, very strange part right here, but I've been really looking for... Not strange part. It's a strange thing to say, but I've been really looking forward to this part. Little V? Oh! Oh, that's okay. Okay, that's interesting. So, right. In Japanese, Gumshoe calls this bunseki-kun. Bunseki is analysis. Now, literally, that's Mr. Analysis. Now, we left this in the fan translation, even though we probably shouldn't have, because this is a reference to the Little Thief, to Kei's Little Thief, which is called Nusumi-chan in Japanese, so something and then an honorific. So Little V here, TV, it's a reference to the Little Thief. They get the reference, they get that reference better. The only reason why we kept Mr. Analysis in the fan translation was because it just sounded so dumb that it felt in character of Gumshoe. I'm like, Gumshoe would name something Mr. Analysis. I just thought it was really funny, and that's why we kept it. But I understand the localization being closer to the, you know, catching the Little Thief reference, which we definitely didn't notice, but it was just it was kind of a me thing. That was the only reason why we kept Mr. Analysis. I just thought it was funny. It's like, let's use my secret weapon, Mr. Analysis! Yeah, exactly. Analysis-kun is cute. So, guess what? Guess what? Guess what? We have to analyze a video. Thankfully, unlike in Turnabout Serenade, we only have to do this once. Okay, for a second, okay, I've got some drop frames here. Oh no. Oh, okay, good, sorry, for a moment I thought, okay, there might have been a hiccup with the stream just there. You can rewind or fast forward. Guitar, I agree, Kevin Triforce. So you can set the middle one to pause, and you can fast forward or rewind the footage. When it's paused, you can just skip frames individually. It's fine now, okay, yeah. Now, this is the thing, like, I'm really sad to know that zoom in and enhance is not a real thing that actually happens in forensics. It's just it's a convenience of the mystery format. Because, you know, if you zoom in on pixels, it's impossible to, like, enhance them or anything. But, yeah. So you can't play the footage while zoomed, though. Yeah, this is all touchscreen in the original version. The guitar is PTSD inducing. Yeah, can't actually do that in a video with a set resolution, exactly. Yeah, you can't just create more pixels, exactly. And if you use AI upscaling, then you might create evidence that wasn't there. Yeah. Yeah, they kind of hinted the answer already there. Check every detail. But anyway. Here we go. Yeah, it is slower for this. So, yeah, here we go. So, he's getting attacked. And now he can skip in the frames. Because you'd think that something would show up in the mirror on the table at some point. Oh, here we go, yeah. So, looks like there could be something in that mirror. Yeah, that looks like a guard's cap. I wonder if that's all you have to point out. That doesn't look like it's knight. It looks like a guard. But it could be knight wearing the stolen guard uniform, admittedly. Yeah, I like going frame by frame as well. Yeah, perhaps this might shed a little light on the matter of the hat. Yeah.
Take that!
Yeah, upscaling was actually a big point in a real-life court case, okay. His defense team argued that interpolated image generation would create inaccurate evidence. So yeah, that's understandable. So yeah, now we need to zoom in on the animal. And see if we can find footage of its, okay, yeah. Don't know if that's gonna be visible. But I mean, looking at this, I forget if there's a much clearer picture at some point, but it does look a little bit like something that is not really a dog that we may have noticed before. Just don't know if we can get its face in any of the shots. And then he goes out of frame. Okay, that's the end. Okay. So maybe we just have to point it out when it shows up here. Oh, wait, hang on. We do. There we go. That's the clearer shot of it. Again, this would not happen in real life. It would just look like a big blur if we zoomed in. It's a cat, no. What was, oh yeah, no, I did notice, yeah, that was what you were talking about, yeah, the Jekyll and Hyde thing. Yeah, the thing that I really like about the original Jekyll and Hyde is that, like, it was kind of like a fake split personality, sort of. More that he deliberately becomes Hyde so that he can act on his worst impulses and have a convenient other persona to blame it on. Basically, Hyde is an alt account designed for trolling. That's the best way I've heard it described. Yeah, whose cell does that hole lead to? First in the security footage is the character that I named. I'm actually older than him at this point in my life, wow. I'm gonna be 33 in a few days. Yeah, they wouldn't bring up this guy's escape plot without it being relevant at some time. Yeah, the other funny thing about Jekyll and Hyde as well, Matt S., is that in the original book, the fact that Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde are the same person was a plot twist that isn't revealed until the end. But now, you know, given that Jekyll and Hyde is a trope, everyone knows. Oh, the dark fur! I was wondering about this. The dark mudpack treatment.
Take that!
Oh yeah, and the Jekyll and Hyde story ends on forgetting to log out of the alt account. Of course, Sorit is suspicious again. As always. Of course, we had to see this line a second time, didn't we?
Overruled. Objection!
Yeah. "9 a.m. during the show. What new contradiction does the security footage introduce? Ah, right. That timer. Yeah, that timer is definitely not 9 a.m.
Take that!
Yeah, I think we now know who the third person who didn't attend the show was. Whose birthday is it? It's mine in a couple of days. I like how there's actually the bear sprite there. For some reason I forgot about that in the original. Yeah, that's when he saw the body. Yeah, did somebody mess with the timestamp, maybe? If they lose power. They're pretty old, so again, this prison sucks, but also it's the Ace Attorney universe, that makes sense. The power was off for approximately 3 hours at some point. Granted, like, my oven's clock does slip like this too, when the power goes off. I've had it get messed up by blackouts before. Juniper Adept, yeah, I agree. I talked about this in the previous like stream, but the reason why the fan translation doesn't have a lot of typos. Oh, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars, Acorn T. Wow. The reason why the fan translation doesn't have as many typos is because we didn't have a deadline, so we were free to proofread the script over and over and over again. Like, we could do as much as we wanted and just fix up all the typos. So it might be a little harder when you actually are on an official deadline. Okay, now basically everyone's here. Except Rocco and Saw It. There might be. Chances are there's an escaped prisoner on the loose disguised as one of your guards. I thought they used the generic court arguing theme for that. Oh, out of the prison proper don't have those bracelet detectors. Ah, so if he went through the tunnel, he wouldn't need to worry about the bracelet anymore. And convenient Teddy! And as always, Teddy ruins everything. The abundance of cute animals in this game, Acorn T. Does that include Helmet? And we're already in the Presto theme. Oh, right. Yeah, that would make sense, you know, a guard having that bear right on him constantly. That kind of implies you were thinking of abandoning him, though. Cockamamie is a good word. How do you get hammers, though? Probably the fixer. Yeah, I wonder if this is going to be the reason why Knight has an injury on the head. Because we haven't actually solved that issue yet.
Hold it!
Oh, grovel to the fixer.
Hold it!
Yeah, I think his dialogue was pretty rude in Japanese at this point. What's a polar bear doing in a prison in Japanifornia anyway? I don't know, but it seems like Fifi has a lot of permits for exotic animals. You know, maybe this is why he's sweating all the time. He can easily cover it up as training. Wow, the fixer? He had something on one of the guards and managed to get a uniform. Keynes has a lot of influence in this place. I think his theme is even called Caged Influence, I think, in Japanese. Or maybe that was wrong. I remember, like, a long time ago, it was like that theme was called Caged Beast, and then people realized that was a mistranslation. Oh yeah, isn't the fur of polar bears actually transparent, not white? Once I was out of that tunnel and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. Yeah. How'd you get the keys, though? Yeah. So we probably know where the missing keys come from now.
Hold it!
Sometimes algae can grow inside of it and they turn slightly green. That's interesting. I mean, a green bear does sound kind of cool. I'm off to Google green polar bears, says Acorn T. Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah, I like that they're using terms like rumbled here. It makes sense for his character, and I do wish we kind of done that in the fan translation.
Hold it!
Just got off work. How's the stream so far? Well, we've made some pretty good progress in our theories with this case. Yeah. Whole dog and a plan in place. So I went for it the day you found the guy. Once I was out of the tunnel in order to open the cell door would have been a piece of cake. About that. Okay, hang on a second. Again, I need to close my windows even more because it's now raining. Like, as in actual raindrops were, like, hitting my screen right then. So, door sensors... building layout. Yeah, it's probably the keys. They have yet to be recovered. And we know a guard was attacked.
Objection!
Why is it raining everywhere? Well, yeah, it's spring where I am, and spring gets pretty tropical in Australia. Yeah, might be a Pacific Ocean thing. Why are windows open while it's raining? I like to air my room out. I like to have air. Oh, yeah, I remember this reveal, yeah. Yeah, that was when they said that Knight assaulted the guard. They wouldn't really have any reason to think that it wasn't him, because, to their knowledge, Knight was the only other one in the cell.
Objection!
Auburn Frost, I do really like that we have a polar bear in this case, regardless of if it makes sense, exactly. It's a little weird to me that a boxer who's probably taken many blows to the head is still this smart. Yeah, I still don't get how boxers just don't, like, die. They did. I think they used to die in the ring all the time. Yeah. Yep, here we go. Finally, we explain the small cut on his scalp.
Take that!
Wait, hang on.
Overruled.
Huh. Evidence we found in Knight's cell. Did I thought I... Oh, oh, hang on. Proof the Knight was attacked in his cell, the floor. The blood on the floor, yeah. There we go. I was thinking about the wrong cell. It's the workroom that he was found in. At least we got to see the victim-y thing. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't find the tunnel after we found the wiped floor. But still, again, it's more dramatic when you find it in the second investigation. And yeah, this guy gets a full breakdown. Okay, Acorn T, that AI summary is definitely wrong. So, one thing I want to say is, I actually kind of wanted to lobby the, yeah, TKO, exactly. Yeah, I kind of wanted to, like, ask the the localizing part of the fan translation. I really wanted to have him say "my fight money" in that breakdown, because that's a meme from Balrog in Street Fighter that he says when he's KO'd. Balrog is also a criminal boxer and from Capcom. I just thought that would have been a good reference to make, but yeah, they went for the more standard in this one.
Overruled.
I still kind of wish that he'd said "my fight money." But anyway, that was just my attempt of a dumb meme reference there, but that didn't pass through the localization. I do like the variant of the pursuit theme. Like, the introless version. It's always cool when that cuts back in. I didn't do nothing, except I punched 2 people really hard, and stole some keys, and attempted to escape prison. You went to Knight's cell and there was nobody around. And what about the chisel? It has no prints on it except Knight's. Yeah, I'm okay then. I didn't do nothing except all these long list of things that I will now confess to doing. Yeah. Yeah, I do wonder how the prints are still there with it being in a dog's mouth too, but again, convenience. You didn't have to dig the whole way. Somebody already did a bunch of the work for... Huh? You found it when they put you in that cell. Huh. Ran all the way from there to the well in the yard already. You just made good on what somebody else already started. I'm surprised they hadn't found that first one, but again, this prison sucks. We've established that already. Ah. Huh. I wondered how that would come into play. The localization team understood the assignment of the cringe fail with Eddie, definitely. Yeah. A sweet scent is on the body. Yeah, police dog, that's what Missile is. Missile technically a police dog? I think he is. Yeah, I do really like Carcerato's dialogue in this version. It's definitely better than what we did for the fan translation. Okay.
Hold it!
Oh, so you think that he wasn't fully unconscious and they made a deal? Oh, he is a police dog. Thank you, Zero Maru. Missile, yeah, he's referring to. That's actually a good point. And we've got one of these here. Yeah, I believe we did have to change the names, and I believe there would have been S and K in our version as well. So yeah, this is also props to the hacking team.
Objection! Overruled.
Ah, yeah, this. This seems an awfully convoluted plot, though. I mean, would he really need to have done all this? Yeah, I do agree, Jupiter Adept, but it's not all the time. It's mostly in her introduction. Oh, right, she's gonna say that, he did this to give himself an alibi. Indeed. Adjusted her theory to fit the facts. Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Objection!
Isn't the well in, like, plain view of everybody?
Overruled.
Yeah, Eustace's name is Peak because it sucks. I kind of agree. Oh yeah, if he had gone through the tunnel and the body was still there, he would have noticed. If the body had been at the bottom of the well before the show began, Carcerata would have seen it. This is true. There's the Nugu. But yeah, I think we had him use that quite a lot. I think that's literally what he says in Japanese as well. It's kind of a shame that Knight is dead, so he can't even confirm whether he made a deal with Rocco. And I thought this would lead to a second investigation. It's kind of interesting her acting like a judge, because this is usually how a lot of Ace Attorney trials end. That they're like, you know, there's a big thing that gets revealed, and they're like, you know what, both the defense and the prosecution need to investigate more, and that leads to the next trial day. That's the dinner bell? Really? Yep, he's been sent back to his room, like the naughty boy he is. Murderers, escapees. Yep. Yeah, I do like how they've done her, like, whole sort of smothering mother dialogue in this version. What does the breakfast bell sound like? But what if somebody hides the evidence by tomorrow? And that's probably going to be... Yeah, there we go, to be continued. Yeah, so I believe this one has beginning, middle, and end part 1, and now we're in end part 2. Or latter part 2, and that title was a bit of a spoiler. So yeah, we're definitely continuing. I believe this is the last investigation in this case. Because now the circus stuff is gone. I wouldn't say that. I mean, there's still a padlock on the well. We haven't actually checked down there. And once again, flashback. Blah, blah, blah. Well, blah, 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 blah. Dead body, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Rocco did not hit dead body, blah. Therefore, blah, blah, blah. Dead body not there during, yeah. Dead body not there when he escaped. Dead body must be there during show, blah. This is a long second case. Yeah, all the cases in this game are pretty long. Case 3 is actually the longest in this game. This is not the only game to have a 2 in its English title. I think Great Ace Attorney 2 also has a 2 in its English title. I think it still does. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. This classic gimmick. So let's see what survived. We still have building layout, chess set, rope. We haven't actually found out how the rope was used. Door sensors, bloody tarp, rubber gloves, prison roll call, prison search. We still have most of everything. Basically everything related to Rocco's escape is gone, because that's no longer relevant. Case 3 is always when you tap out whenever you're watching someone play this game, Gamma. Case 3 is my favorite case, so I hope you don't do that for when I play it. 5 might be slightly longer, but like, yeah, I do love case 3 of this game. The lock's been broken for a long time, okay, so not recently. So anybody could have thrown Knight's body down. Miles Areno. Yeah, Case 5 is pretty good too, but like, I have thoughts on Case 5 that I'll get to once we get there. Not negative thoughts, I just think it's interesting and strange in terms of its structure. It kind of feels like less of a case in its own right, and more like a lot of different cases put together. Ask Miss Regina Berry to come with you, because the writers really wanted to spite all the people who hated Big Top. Yeah, apparently Turnabout Big Top is actually, Shu Takami's favorite case, which many people dispute. Ah, yeah, this. The Little Thief. So, this was a gimmick of Investigations 1, or at least it was supposed to be, except it's only used twice. In this game, the Little Thief is much better used. Another great improvement over the first one. Oh yeah, this is Mr. Thief. Yeah, so this right here makes a little bit more sense in Japanese, and I kind of wish it was localized a little bit better. In Japanese, again, it's Nusumi-chan, and Edgeworth corrects it to Nusumi-san because he's polite. So this one actually does sound a little bit dumb in the official localization, I'll admit. Okay, see you, Walnya. You've been great so far. Make sure you watch the rest of the case in the VOD. Conveniently, she took a photo of the scene the previous day, so she's able to input the data and create a virtual recreation. Oh yeah, that right there. Yeah, so for the fan translation, we had to look up Kay's catchphrase when she uses the Little Thief from the first game to make sure that it was the same. And the Little Thief has a separate investigation theme. Yeah, Kay likes to take photos. Granted, most teenagers at the time this was set would take photos of everything. Yeah, this was originally used as a heist prepping tool. It can't simulate things it doesn't have data for, and if the data itself contains mistakes, yeah, you'll wind up with the same mistakes in the recreation too. So often you'll have to correct the virtual reality if you find any problems with it. Yeah, I like the one in 2 as well. The Little Thief theme, yeah. I mean. So basically this works exactly like a real investigation. Now, he wants us to look at the well, but there's other stuff we can check too, but I guess we should probably go for the well first. Yeah, this theme is great too, I agree, Asta. So we have another one of these Karafuru Shiitsu, but also some winches and pulleys. It is a rearrangement of the normal investigation theme, by the way, from this game. It's also a virtual rope, so she wouldn't be able to do it anyway. Yeah, the thing about it being hard to read, is a little bit... I feel like we haven't used logic for ages in this case. Is a little bit, yeah. Maybe makes a bit less sense than in the HD version, because it's very easy to read in this one. Maybe that's one of Rocco's? No, I really like the Nagatama in the original trilogy. But yeah, I like the Little Thief as a gimmick too. I do, like, I think honestly my favorite gimmick is the mood matrix though, but that's just, you know, that's just my biases for psychology. Items around the well. I remember translating these logic bubbles. Yeah. Well, we have these chairs. This reminds me, there was a play that I once saw called The Chairs, which only has like 2 people in the cast, and the rest is just a bunch of chairs they lay out for a hallucinatory audience. Oh, that's actually the same dialogue from before, wasn't it? I like how you can usually tell what kind of secret it is by how many psych locks. Doesn't Old Bag have a 4 lock that's broken by just the victim's autograph because she was a fangirl of him? That sounds like the kind of exchange you'd see in a Sly game. Power room, and the power got cut for 3 hours. I wonder if that would be relevant to anything. I mean, that does sound kind of fun. Perception is fine as long as it doesn't involve armpits. I agree. Yeah, perceive is kind of cool. I just wish perceive was used more later in the series. It's not really used that much in the courtroom later on. Hello, elephant. Asia the elephant. Well, all of the circus names are also kind of weird. Like, wasn't Leon the Lion originally meant to be called Lion in universe, but then like Lyin with a apostrophe, but then that got vetoed? Oh, I wanted to check the alligator thing. Oh, I like divination. It's funny how we're all talking about our favorite, like, gimmicks in the series. I like divination seances too. Bikini had 5, but they all broke at once. Yeah, often when somebody has 5, you don't actually break them all individually. And then I think at one point Larry has 5 Cyclops, and you never get to break them. Missile's scared of something. Oh. That's not really fear, that's just self-preservation. Oh, I forgot Pearl had 5 in Trials and Tribulations' final case. Yeah. I really need to replay Trials and Tribulations. Ah, okay, yeah, more information for the hologram. Yeah, Miles just rage quits when Larry gets 5 Cyclops. Okay, I like how Saint looks like in this recreation. This is what the yard was like during the show. And the well is a big pile of static. Regina's like, can I buy the rights to this so I can use it in the circus? I wouldn't be surprised if, like, some of those real circuses these days do use, like, holograms and stuff. Yeah, no data, no simulation. And only Simeon knows that doesn't bode well for the theory that he dropped something down the well. The well has become missing no. So now we have 2 scenes we can toggle between. Examine missing no. Yeah, Kristoff was before they retconned the Black Cyclops. Disappearing apples. So, the elephant's enclosure was empty. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm sure the elephant could fit through that gateway if they turned off the electricity and opened the door. The summation examination was alright. Really, they were just kind of testimonies, except different. Like, that was a bit of a disappointment to me. The music for them is great, though. Like, I love the summation examination theme. Yeah, we know there were 3 empty seats. Yeah, I think I do vaguely remember something like this. I'm overthinking this. Oh, that's interesting. Like, the psycho lock thing, like how Edgeworth refers to them in Japanese is that he uses the kanji for lock instead of psycho roku. A story of forbidden love between a tiger and an elephant. Kay, you don't want to see that. You don't. You really don't. Oh, now I think I remember something. The villain is sent flying from the stage. I think I know how that was done now. It's coming back to me. Oh, I like revisualization too a lot. It's pretty simple, but it works. Okay, so everyone corroborates that he was off stage for 15 minutes. Very gentle, except to Kay. Except to Kay's head. Unless it's from Beastars, then it would be interesting. Also, yes, Simeon got yeeted. Yeah, he had some kind of trick to make him fly. It was Mr. Saint's big moment. A trick of some kind enabled Asia to send him flying. Yeah, I like how there's actually an achievement for saying her life choices for Bonnie in that revisualization in the collection. Yeah, it is Melee. Yeah. I have so many friends. I mean, maybe she does actually visit, you know, the culprit of Big Top, potentially. But she is mostly talking about the animals. Oh yeah, like let's not directly, if anyone in the chat is spoiling Trials and Tribulations directly, please stop. So the alligator hasn't been doing great since yesterday. Yeah, we're totally worried about the alligator. The alligator is not feeling good. Oh no, anyway. Ah, the metal detector. Well, if it's gone into logic, it means it's going to be important. And I get the feeling I know what we need to try and detect with that. I mean, it's not like this is like I don't think there's anything illegal about doing this. I mean, the device was made for thievery, but we're not using it for that. Yeah, Burrow, that's kind of funny about the AI summary. We had some fun with the AI summary earlier. So how much logic do we have right now? That's a funny thing to say. Items around the well, Asia the elephant, Mr. Saint's big moment, metal detector, 30-pound weights, disappearing apples. Yeah, let me remember. I feel like you would need to connect some of these at this point. A single 30-pound metal weight. Like, I know we need to use the metal detector to find potentially more weights, but I don't know if we need to connect that and that first, or we need to connect the disappearing apples and something. Or if we talk to Kay, switch recreations. I think we've examined everything in this version of the recreation, though. We haven't checked the fence. Please don't, it's electrified. Yeah, I don't think there is any more space for logic, yeah. Yeah, I've seen a theory that Edgeworth had Black Cyclops regarding the DL6 incident as well. I'm gonna try this one first. Nope. This does actually make you take damage, so you do have to be careful about this. Oh, hang on. Pulleys, rope, and weight. Maybe you need to link that to Mr. Saint's big moment. Or am I jumping the gun here? I am not. Okay, good. Yeah. Did I ever see the musical? Do you mean the Ace Attorney musical? I've heard the songs of it and I've seen bits of it. It looks pretty good. There were actually times I was even thinking of, hypothetically, what an Ace Attorney Investigations 2 musical would be like. Edgeworth takes damage from thinking so hard. Well, that was quick. Yeah, we need to know the information of this trick before we can update the investigation thing. He used the pulley at the top of the well to suspend a heavy weight. Convenient that all these pulleys were already here. So the other end of the rope went through 2 more pulleys and was tied around his body. He used a stake to stop it. Well, that's what we found in the rope. I mean, I'm really surprised that she doesn't know about this trick. She really should have been told if it was part of the show. But then again, you know, magicians and Ace Attorney often don't like revealing information even when they really should. And then that happens, yeah. Yeah, they definitely do. Yeah, I like the Larry Butt song in the musical too. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that should be brought up for a safety review, exactly. Like, why didn't he tell his boss about it? Yeah, you also need to know how to fall without getting hurt. Contraption that used the well, a very heavy weight, 3 pulleys, and 2 lengths of rope. Well, 2 lengths of rope, and we only found 1 nearby. I think I know where the other length of rope is. More than him. And this is where my whole Imperial system is broken, because I don't know if 30 pounds or more... 30 pounds is way too light for a human, I think. But, like, I'm more used to kilogram weights. I think I'm, like, high 50s kilograms. So we can examine this again now. Yeah, I like Von Karma's Anything to Win song in the musical as well. Yeah, these tarps were the same ones that were in the were around the body. Oh yeah, Red White song is great too. I think that's all we can get from here right now. Yeah, the trick is... The circus does perform, I believe, every month they've mentioned at the prison. So they probably... Like, this is probably an established thing that they're doing. 30 pounds is roughly 13 kilograms. Yeah, that's definitely not enough to lift a person. Something heavier than Saint himself will be needed. Well, only a single 30-pound weight would not be enough then. And my guess is this would get you missing weights, which would then link with the metal detector so we can look for them. Yeah, how there's only one. Wouldn't be heavy enough. So, in that case, I believe this is when we go with, more weight would be needed. I'm guessing more weight metal detector. I like this investigation sequence a lot. Like, this is definitely a good investigation. It's kind of funny they save it till quite late. Also, by the way, technically we have playable Gumshoe right now. Truly, yes, peak gaming, playable Gumshoe. I still remember the sound, this metal detector sound. Yep, it's just the fence. It actually vibrates as well. This always lagged hard in Desmume. Yeah, I can imagine. Jelly donut? Oh no. Something tells me that's actually just a rice ball. Yeah, there's one right here, a reaction. Okay, I was worried they were in the pond with the alligator. Yeah, why would somebody hide those weights by the well? Unless they were used in something. And the metal detector is reacting to the alligator. We did hear that the alligator wasn't feeling well lately. Yeah, how much is 120 pounds? Cyborg alligator, yes. She wouldn't even look at the food. She ate something that didn't agree with her. So the alligator ate something metal? Yeah, apparently weird things have been found in shark stomachs. 120 pounds is 55 kilos. That's kind of similar to my weight, actually, I think, last time I checked. So we were apparently supposed to check the well again. Deduce. Okay. So clearly we have some evidence right now that we can use to contradict this crime scene. Oh, I think I know what's going on here. 3 pulleys and 2 lengths of rope. There's the 2 pulleys here. There's only 1 length of rope here. So my guess is we either present that or we present the other rope. Maybe.
Eureka!
Or not. There we go. Yeah, it was actually kind of fun translating the failure dialogues as well, because there's 1 for each of these. And each testimony has 3, so... Is it just the Mr. Saint's trick that it says 2 lengths of rope, and there's only 1 here? There we go, yeah. I think I definitely jumped the gun a bit. It's great that it's been a while since I played last, because there's still twists I can experience, kind of. Basically, like, a lot of the stuff comes back to me. Like, I'm like, oh, right, this, yeah. Because I actually forgot about the pulley trick until I got to this investigation. Okay, now we present the rope near the body.
Take that!
So I was right, I was just getting too ahead of myself. However, this does still make Mr. Saint look a bit suspicious. But yeah, somebody might have used the body as a weight. And that would mean that when Mr. Saint did the trick, it would automatically dispose of the body. Very discreetly. The weight dropped down the well.
Take that!
That actually answers the question of how somebody could have dropped the body down the well during the show without anybody seeing. Because if the body was tied to the rope and placed in the well before the show, then when Simeon does his trick, the body would just drop down. Yep, I love that graphic. Whoop! Yeah, but no one would realize the weights weren't actually used. The dead count, literal dead weight, I just realized. I'm surprised I haven't made that pun yet. Yeah, that's understandable. What did the killer use to stop Knight's blood from going everywhere? Well, there's a bunch of blood on the top, so that would make sense. Yeah. The pieces are coming together exactly. The night before the show. At around 9 PM. So this actually does... I highly doubt he taught his dog to suspend bodies halfway down wells, exactly. Yeah, I'm not sure somebody blind could have, you know, made use of it like that. Like made use of such a complex thing involving a bunch of ropes and pulleys, so I wonder what's going on here. So maybe we're supposed to link these two now. Oh, there was another typo. I don't know why I just don't notice the typos. Sometimes when you're just reading the text, it's just like, your mind, like, just corrects typos on its own. If the beginning and end of a word looks fine, your mind just thinks it's correct. That's what there's a lot of puzzles out there that make use of that. Like a bird in the hand is worth 3 in the bush or something like that. And then, like, people don't actually notice the typo because as long as the beginning and end of the word looks fine, your brain fills in the gaps. Still full of apples the night before the show. And we now know the night before the show is significant. The basket was moved by someone the night before the show. Your cat says hi. She tried to sit on your keyboard, so I put her on my lap. That's nice. I like when my cat does that. My cat was in my room before I started this, but when I entered the room to start streaming, she left. Because she likes to, everything to be, like, whenever she's sleeping, she likes to be secret. Night before the incident, night before the show. I will admit that Ace Attorney is partially what's inspiring you to go to law school. There are times that I've even considered that, but I mean, real legal work is probably very, very different to actual Ace Attorney. Yeah, I do wonder about the power room, though. We know the power room is gonna be important because the power got cut, back, we know the power got cut thanks to Rocco's escape plan with the time stamping off in the, footage. Yeah, there we go. There's the power room relevance. Yeah, I doubt people in court are screaming objection and hold it. But it is generic guard to the rescue. The warden is the only one with the key. So somebody got the key from her, or she used it. Well, that's interesting. Oh, I remember this. We had to make images for this too. Yeah. Because yeah, this would have all been in Japanese originally. And like, because like these were in the script files, I believe when I was translating this, I actually would have had to like physically look up the kanji on like a kanji dictionary online, just by like trying to look up the stroke order. I now have a portable electronic dictionary that, like I can draw a kanji, or at least attempt to, because I'm terrible at drawing kanji, but I would have drawn a kanji and like it would pop up the, like, which one it is. But back then, I actually had a website where you could just, they were like tick boxes for the radicals, and I'd be like, okay, it looks like this, 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 and this, and do a search. And then I'd find one kanji, and then I'd do the same for every kanji, and then I'd put them all together and be like, oh, it's that word, okay. Yeah, we know that the security camera lost power.
Take that!
But like, the only one who would have benefited from the security camera's timestamp being off is Rocco, and we know he didn't have a reason to kill Knight. Yeah, I suppose I should mention, like, something now, although it's like, this is, like, less of a translation-y stream, so I'm not sure if I should mention this. Back when I did this, I had this extension for Firefox called Rikai-chan, and you could hover over, like, kanji, and it would tell you the dictionary, like, definition of that kanji. And without that, I would never have been able to do this fan translation at all, because I'm terrible with kanji. So, I actually only learned about Rikai-chan due to a student in my university anime club. So, it's actually thanks to him that I even was able to be part of this fan translation at all. Oh, great, it's you again. Yeah, there we go, first on the scene. We couldn't really make that a pun because, you know, best is not really quite the same. I think there was another, like, fan sub that referred to him as First, F-U-R-S-T. Oh, it's Pun Guy. Oh yeah, just like Lady First, but yeah. Do you know that that guy's name is Adam Lady First in the Japanese version? Oh, this, yeah, there we go. Another word mix-up. I don't know if I've actually directly thanked that person. Maybe one day.
Hold it!
One, oh, there we go, yeah, I'm supposed to be the winner, yeah. That must have been another name pun in Japanese. It's funny how he still calls her Your Honor even out of court. Is that something you really are supposed to do to judges? I would like to revisit your theory in order to tear it to pieces.
Overruled. Objection!
Yeah, he didn't say the truth. That's what he normally says. Okay, we've got a bit of a warm-up here. Ah, I remember this background. It's like you got those birds there, but you also have the barbed wire. It's a bit of a funny juxtaposition. So he may have dropped it down there, but not willingly. Edgeworth on maximum cockiness, exactly. Oh no. Oh no, they have an updated autopsy report. Baby winner. Karine, yeah, if Edgeworth's becoming a defense attorney, Karine would not like him. Karine is fine with prosecutors, though. So, yes, we do indeed have an updated autopsy report. But, like, yeah, it's usually Edgeworth, not Edgeworth, that gives you these. Also, with more birds now. Between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. on the 27th. Instant death from a stab wound to the neck. Yeah, someone was like in the chat, she actually updated the autopsy report, you're only joking. Okay, here we go. It remains the same as when I'm related, blah, 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 blah. I'm still going to press everything, because I do like to show every conversation. They updated the autopsy report? That's our strategy! Oh yeah, Verity's just blocking the birds. Is this a court or a cult? Lol. Okay. So you're like, okay, you just admitted that you don't have evidence either, so right then.
Hold it!
Assistant to the associate attorney. It looks like a pretty narrow tunnel. You probably wouldn't notice a body if there was one there.
Hold it!
Yeah, there was one time he updated an autopsy report, and it was Gumshoe who gave you the outdated one. Exactly. Yeah, here's the theory that she has, that those two are co-conspirators, which we still can't actually prove, unless Rocco decides to talk, but he doesn't really seem like a quote-unquote squealer, or stoolie, as he said. I believe Baby Winner is a one-time thing. So yeah, when the show started, he went through the tunnel, and then by the time it ended, the trick happened and the body dropped in the well. So how do we point this, like, how do we explain our theory without making Simeon look guilty?
Hold it!
Yeah, just taking care of all of the other potential avenues. Yes, for once it is advantage team. Almost called it Ray instinctively. Yeah, Team Fender. But yeah, some people like made the argument that Raymond Shield is too cool for this character, and I actually do agree. Did not see Knight's body be passed through the tunnel. The body could only have been dropped down the well during the show. We both know the only one who could have dropped the body down there. Right, what evidence do we have right now? Oh, right, we have the breakers. Located in the power room. Okay, we also need to check this. Cameras on, sensor A, B, C are all on. Everything's on right now, but high voltage in the yard. Used during the show to sensate flying. The weights were replaced with the victim's body by someone. We have the bell, the chisel, autopsy report, stab wound to the throat, instant death. Wound was 4 inches deep. That sounds important. That's a bit deeper than a chisel. Sharp blade of some sort. Tunnel prints. The victim's body had not been found at the time of the 7 a.m. roll call. That's probably important. Oh yeah, we can do this. Maybe it's present this on this statement?
Objection!
Yeah, there we go.
Objection! Hold it!
And that's the important part. Yeah, I guess this might also be why, like thinking about it, like the Ace Attorney games are not like super like fair play mysteries, because like all of the evidence that points to the killer, we only are just discovering it now in the final investigation. So yeah,
Objection!
I guess maybe that you could say that. I don't think that was the reason why this used to be my least favorite case though in the game. But again, least favorite for Investigations 2 is still very, very good.
Objection!
Ah. Yeah, it would have probably been a potential, occupational health and safety issue.
Overruled.
Yeah, I know Ace Attorney is typically more of a howdunit than a whodunit, but sometimes it is nice to be able to work out who, well in advance. Granted, like, knowing what I know about this case, there are a lot of hints earlier if you notice them. But they're more hints towards motivation than the actual, like, culprit. Well, anyway, they're things that you'll notice if you know who the killer is, in hindsight. You are a prosecutor, you aid the defense. About that, he kind of does that all the time with Phoenix. Yeah, maybe it's because Edgeworth is barking up the wrong tree, no pun intended for most of it, as the chat says. He spends a lot of his thing chasing Canis. Okay, we actually have a round 2. I like the little thief segment, personally. It's just like, I don't know, how they lead up to the killer is it's a bit too obvious in my mind. Well, that was pretty short and to the point. Yeah, haha. Oh no, I can see so many people online saying, "Oh, the official localization is invalid because they said sus." To that I will say, sus has been slang for suspicious since the 1950s. It is not specifically an Among Us thing. And K is exactly the kind of person who would say sus, so I think it's fine. I also like how Edgeworth is basically using his client's intelligence as like a defense, being like, yeah, it's entirely possible he was absent-minded enough to just take the cage to the crime scene for no reason. Yeah, Kay would say sus for better or worse, exactly. Like, Edgeworth would not say sus, unironically, but like, Kay would. When you're translating, often it's all about thinking about what characters would say what. I mean, they did release an Edgeworth skin for Among Us in celebration of this collection. Yeah, I would headcanon that Kay is very bad at Among Us. Kay would be terrible at Among Us. Oh yeah, Everett Towels, that's a good point too. Oh, this game canonically takes place in 2020, which would be around when Among Us was a thing.
Hold it! Overruled.
How do you overrule a hold it? You're meant to overrule objections. Yeah, in Japanese it was kyakka, but I believe that is the same as like what they use for overruled.
Objection! Overruled.
Yeah, I remember this. I think I kind of remember this back and forth shouting exchange. Claiming Mr. Sane is the only person who was free to walk around the prison. There was a brief period of time on the day of the... but... Oh... What do I have that shows there was a period of time on the day of the crime where oversight was limited? It's probably... on the day of the crime. That was the night before the body was found. Time of death was between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. The victim's body had not been found at the time of the 7 a.m. roll call. 3-hour gap in the footage. Maybe it's this?
Take that!
There we go. Yeah, sus being a slang for suspicious is just logical progression. Oh yeah, I do remember She-Hulk's ending in MVC3, yeah. Yeah, if there was a power outage, maybe the door sensors failed too. Because there are specific breakers for the sensors. Yeah, now we use the breakers.
Take that!
And this should probably force a certain someone to testify. Yeah, the warden is the key, huh?
Objection!
Yeah, another thing that doesn't help is that we already kind of figured out the culprit, but now we have to fight off the comic relief squad first. Yeah, all of these testimonies are really just like kind of a little bit of padding until you get to the actual reveal. So yeah, I do get, like, that's kind of maybe why I'm not as big a fan of this case compared to the others.
Objection!
The AI summary is having a field day with this? Wow, real, okay. For Dual Destinies, what was my reaction to the big reveal in the final case? Oh boy, that's actually a story. I correctly guessed that months before the game came out, even in Japan. I was just, from the moment I saw the trailers, I was like, this person is the final case villain. I don't know why, but they are. And I was right. So I was really happy about the big reveal in Dual Destinies. I was wrong about a lot of the exact specifics, but I was right about who it was.
Take that!
Of course she enters now. Yeah. I think it's finally time to figure out what the sweet scent was. Wow. I forget what that was in the original script, actually. I wonder if she actually was saying ara ara here in Japanese. She might have been.
Hold it!
That. Because the other thing to remember is that she mentions taking all the evidence from the police to question Canis, and this is seized by the police, so it's entirely possible she had this bell. That's probably going to become relevant at some point. I think it's probably the Breakers?
Take that!
Or not, okay. Oh, right! Oh, right, we're talking about that, okay. Yeah, the sweet scent, I guess, on the body. And here is your accuser, the cursed portrait of Doom. And here's the other thing, like, it's only now that you're finding out the sweet scent is relevant to Lagarde. So, when Gavel has a reason to suspect somebody besides her suspect, she will still go after them. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Game 1 Edgeworth. And now, she goes. I didn't do it. That's the best testimony name ever. Well, one of them. You won't find a record of me having entered or left the prison proper. Yeah. Thing is, though, we've established that he was killed the previous night, though, not so much during that day. Of course, that could also extend to, like, the very early hours of the morning, I just realized. I think Verity is meant to be a foil to Edgeworth. Yeah, she clearly wants us to check the records, which means they won't help us. That's actually great. That reminds me of, like, I love, there's a series, Dumb Lawyer Quotes IRL, but it's Ace Attorney. My favorite one from that is when, like, Phoenix opens, like, an envelope, and it says, like, I am opening packet 1. Packet 1 says, we have no records. I am now opening the second packet. See packet 1. And, that sounds like something that would actually be in a real Ace Attorney case. Yeah, Lang was the opposite of Edgeworth. Verity is the old Edgeworth, basically. A big silly.
Hold it!
Yeah, definitely look up Dumb Lawyer Quotes IRL, but it's Ace Attorney. It's very good. How have you watched that but not the Edgeworth dog? I never even knew about the Edgeworth dog show meme. And now people are probably going to ship them.
Hold it!
Because, like, at this point, like, the blood could just be from when Rocco punched him. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna look up the dog show thing after this episode.
Hold it!
I mean, we established that Candace's dog might have moved the body, but she clearly hates that dog, so... and the dog doesn't really seem to like her. There's no way she could have influenced the dog to do that. Yeah, this right here seems relevant. Wait, you lost some important evidence recently? How do you still have a job? Edgeworth, why? Why am I in sync with Edgeworth right here? See, it's funny, I know I translated this confrontation, like these testimonies too, but like, it's not quite sticking out of my mind. Maybe because it's my least favorite case, I don't know.
Hold it!
Yeah, Edgeworth came to the same conclusion that I did. Oh, I think I know what he's getting at here. I have an idea. Yeah, this is a press thing. The route you took went through this location. Yeah, the warden's office. She could go into the garden, and if the electric fence was turned off, she could then get into the yard.
Take that!
I think that's where we have to get her. I think I actually remember having trouble with this when I first played this game. How much of the game did I translate for the fan version? I've said this in earlier streams, I did almost all of Case 1. I did maybe about 50% of Case 2, and then about 40% of Case 3, not a lot of 4, and like about 30% of 5. We all kind of split up the work after the first case. And I'm glad we did, because it meant that we could actually keep all of the references to later cases and earlier cases consistent. Aha, but you wore your electric-proof coat! Not really.
Overruled.
Yeah, but we were just arguing that she was on the opposite side of the fence at the time. Yeah. The power room's on the prison side. Why? Wait, hang on. Why is the power room on the prison side? You'd think you'd put the power room in the place the prisoners can't get to. I do like the way that she talks in this localization. Overall, just the idea of character voices they're all really good in the official script. I now remember, though, what we have to answer here. Yeah, this prison really sucks, exactly. Who designed this prison?
Objection!
That was a reflexive objection. Oh, right. I think I vaguely remember this. The thing about the reflexive objection, I think in the fan translation, I think I lobbied for having him say, without thinking, I just blurted out objection, which is something Phoenix said in Justice for All Case 1. Technically it was an accurate translation of the Japanese, but it was also a callback to that case. So I like doing that, but I guess they, didn't, go with that for the official localization. And then, it's not necessary, but like, I thought there was just an opportunity to insert a callback there, so I did it. At least I think it was. I think that's what I did. Anyway. I could be totally wrong. Like, somebody could go back to the fan translation and show that I didn't put that line in there, but like, anyway. I've said objection so many times, it's a reflex. The wrong side of the fence. Oh yeah, this right here, I remember this thing being a bit weird to translate as well, like the dialogue choice here. So I don't know if I mentioned this, but like the dialogue choices are not like stored in the same place the rest of the script is. So you'd have to actually play the game to actually see these. And, like, know the context for translating them. Yes, I was hoping of thinking of something while objecting. I didn't.
Overruled.
Or maybe Kay didn't realize her error, she realized something else. I mean, it would have been funny if they could.
Overruled. Objection.
Yeah, here it is. Because they just had to bring up the bracelets then, didn't they?
Take that.
Self-proclaimed model prisoner. We're already arguing it was an inside job, yeah. So, I guess Frank saw it may have been involved in this crime. Because he did say something about knowing what's good for him. Oh, I never noticed before that the fox tries to lick her sweat. Yeah, I did wonder about this. Like, why did nobody report that broken bracelet? Like, surely someone would have noticed. Frank accomplice it. Yeah.
Objection.
Yeah, god damn it, Frank, in the comments. And both of those could have been circumvented by cutting power. But we haven't heard, like, Confrontation Presto yet, so obviously this can't be the end. Yeah, I can see that Everett Towers about that thing. I don't know, like, I don't think that, it's more of like, I don't know, it's Frank complicit, that's a good thing. It's from elsewhere in the chat, but it's more the power room reveal that I have an issue with. We don't know the power room that only Fifi could have operated was used in the crime until the very end of the investigation, and that is just, that's the issue that I have personally. Okay, that definitely sounds very, yeah, religious coded, but anyway, yep. Being threatened. But to do as he said. Yeah, certainly is more about storytelling than actual mystery solving, in your opinion, the KJB. I mean, yeah, but some of the mysteries are still quite good, I do feel. Oh yeah, this image! This is certainly an image. Yeah, cronies, that's a good way to describe it. I remember, he did literally say dogs in the Japanese script. I think we use the term henchman here, but cronies is good too. Huh. Yeah, I believe he said something like you wouldn't want to become dog food or something in the Japanese, which I'm glad they made that less literal here, because that was a little hard to take seriously. Yeah, I thought that, like, family is ambiguous, like, is meant to be ambiguous here. Like, I think he definitely might be referring to her actual family, or, like, it's ambiguous. But yeah, this would explain how he became the fixer, how he was able to get stuff. Like, again, this is what I was saying earlier, that once you know the truth about this case, there's a lot of dialogue earlier that does hint at stuff. Like, how was Canis's prison just so luxurious? How did he get such special treatment? There have been constantly people have said he gets special treatment. He has his connections. And now we know how. Also, this explains why Lagarde was so intent on interrogating him. Because, yeah, she wanted to break out of his intimidation. You made things easier for him too, yeah. Again, like, there were some hints at this as well. About, didn't Sorit say, like, I know what's good for me? But yeah, here's how the fixer operation works. Yeah, I definitely remember this part. Drop the packages down the well. And this is the scent. The sweet perfume. And it was a signal for Canis's dog. He'd fetch the packages and bring them back to his mom. I mean, it probably would have taken a while to train the dog to do this, admittedly. Yeah, Lagarde bringing in evidence to interrogate Canis. Like, that's one of the other things that you realize in hindsight, like when you know who did it. It's like, oh, right, yeah, that. But yeah, she's in the old confess to a lesser crime trick here. No, I don't think the original scent was apples. It was always a sweet scent. Yeah, here it is. Heaven knows how much I've hauled him into his office. Into her office, yeah. Oh, they do use the hench people. Borrowed everything the police had on him. What did they remove? Intercepted every letter he wrote, huh? Does that mean you intercepted the correspondent's chest too? And once again, see, okay, this is something that I do love. Like, there's just something about the way that Ace Attorney writes the internal monologues. The protagonist is always thinking exactly what the player is thinking at any given moment. And do you have any idea how hard that is to do as a writer? Like, I praise both Takumi and Yamazaki for consistently pulling this off. And yes, Arque, this is the end of the case. So yeah, you turned up at a good time. Yeah, cyberspace, definitely come back later. There should only be like another 30 to 40 minutes left of this. I mean, I could just be subconsciously remembering stuff from the fan translation, but, like, even Phoenix and Ryunosuke do it too. Like, their internal monologues are always exactly what the player is thinking. Don't say hound, that'll make her, that'll freak her out again. There's probably more. I wonder if this is where we have to bring up the bell and the chisel. Oh, there was a typo. Okay. I've noticed people in the chat pointing that out. Why do I always miss the typos? I don't know. Yeah, only somebody who knew about the delivery system would have been able to smuggle the body this way. They would have to have put the perfume on the body, knowing that that would cause the dog to carry that body. Yeah, number 5 of the fair play commandments. I might talk about that later. It's actually kind of meant to be anti-racist rather than racist. It was at the time. It was because fiction, like in mystery fiction, had a lot of like racist Chinese villains back then, so that's why they put that, Nox put that commandment in there, to be like, please stop doing this racist trope over and over. Like, I think the updated version is like, if you're going to include any minorities, just do your research and be respectful. Anyway, yeah, that sounds weird out of context. Somebody in the chat is talking about, like, Nox's commandment of fair play mystery. I don't want to say what that actual commandment was because it contains a racial slur, but, like, yeah. The intent behind it was actually anti-racist. Oh, right, so you're arguing that the smell just rubbed up on his body, which I guess makes sense, potentially. Yeah, that. Finally, can I go home now? Yeah, of course it was going to be one of these. Yeah, I thought it was you. Judge G. Yeah, and Zen, I think Marlon Rhymes is kind of black-coated, but his skin isn't really that dark. But, like, that's, I think, the closest they have. Would have shouted objection if I wanted to do that. Nice. And yeah, I agree, Averett Towels. The thing about the fair play thing about, like, Supernatural is that, like, I kind of knew in advance in Spirit of Justice that they were going to use spirit channeling in a murder investigation, in, like, a crime, because of how thoroughly they explain the rules of spirit channeling. But anyway, sorry, I'm just, just addressing something in the chat. Yeah, I think this is pretty relevant. Hey, we're not in court right now. Oh, he's worked a lot. Thieves? Okay. His nicknames are great. Yeah. Yeah, that's possible that I would get him off her back. Saint can't not be the killer. I love this guy. Oh yeah, someone is yeah, Everett's last name is pronounced Taze. Okay, thank you, Avery AT, for clarifying that for me in the chat, and I'm sorry, Everett, for mispronouncing your name. Just doing my job, please don't hug me and kiss me again. And so, here we go. We're fine. I guess. Yeah, exactly. He's gonna get to prosecute somebody anyway. Hi, Rocket Midbus. I just about exhausted my reserves of cool lawyer chat. I'm screenshotting that. Miles McSmiles? Yes. That's all I have to say, yes. I think either Flashtronic in the chat is spamming or they're trying to make some... I don't know. They're trying to prove they can type a certain character. My Truth, which I think was actually literally what this testimony was called. Okay. That just reminds me of a line from, what is it? Oh yeah, Trails into Reverie, where if you have Lecter and Rufus, I think in a they have a unique victory quote where it's like, oh, he's watching all right, but I guarantee you it ain't from above.
Hold it!
None of them would dare commit murder except Frank saw it because he already did.
Hold it!
Because according to Kenneth, he didn't know that he was playing correspondence chess with Knight. Oh, yeah. You are very clearly biased against him, though. I mean, he was threatening you.
Hold it!
So, It's understandable that she has this much hatred towards him. Oh, yeah, this right here. This is another example of like, I have to translate flirting. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, there we go. Okay, the chat's back. I was in the wrong place in the chat. I was thinking it was broken. He gets enough of that from Old Bag, exactly. I believe Edgeworth once said something like, "Do I really inspire such frothing devotion in the female masses?" Yeah, he did have that injured neck. Oh yeah, statement number 2 seems odd seeing she mentioned screening his letters, yeah. Huh. Maybe a bit too helpful. How did she know about the chisel in the chess thing? Yep, that is indeed flirting, yep. Yeah, I expect Canis used the chisel that was hidden in that chess set. About that. I do want to press the other things, though.
Hold it!
What the heck, Acorn T? That is not what the chat is at all. AI once more demonstrates that it is useless winner, basically.
Hold it!
How the heck would he even do that? No, there's no way that would have happened. Oh, I guess that's possible. Yeah, that's actually a great analogy. I don't know why a lot of this is not as familiar to me, because I know that I translated this testimony. Yeah, so about that. Knight hid a chisel in there. Hidden by Canis inside his dog's mouth as a small bell. Only 2 such bells as this one is attached to. Oh, actually, hang on a minute. This could be too much, but like, I think 4 inches deep is a bit too big for a chisel. Maybe that, I could be thinking too hard about this. Again, why I don't remember as much about this. It could be this, actually.
Objection!
Yeah, that's a fail. Oh, however, there are amazing, the fail dialogues for Lagarde are incredible, from what I remember. Not this one. But there are some other ones. Yeah, maybe it thinks Lagarde is Gardevoir. Yeah, I probably am overthinking it. Oh, hidden here to prevent her from being found by the prison staff. She is prison staff.
Objection!
So logically, she shouldn't have found it. 4 inches. I might have been messed up by the metric system, actually. By the metric versus imperial. Like, 4 inches is like 6 inches is a Warhammer move, but yeah. So much flirting. Why? Yeah.
Objection!
Yeah, how did you inspect that?
Objection!
Yeah, Fifi can tell that the flirting is unnerving Edgeworth. And yeah, I do agree, Everett, Taze, yeah, that the whole I didn't say it was poison thing, like, they do that sometimes, but yeah, I do feel like when you rely on that too much, it does, but anyway. It's good in moderation, but when it's used too much, and when it's the only thing that points to a culprit... Oh, that animation for the first time. Yeah, this case is pretty complex for a second case. Every case in this game is, even the first case is complex for a first case. It's kind of why I like it. And again. My Truth Part 2. Okay, interesting. And it doesn't seem that out of the ordinary.
Hold it!
Only 4 statements this time. $3 a.m. That's pretty early for an interrogation. Yeah. Oh, this is about that. Oh yeah, hi, Pizza Time. Yeah, I like working on the fan translation because, yeah, I love this game, and I wanted to get it to more people, and I'm really glad that it's been officially localized now. Yeah, this is not technically out of the ordinary, what you're saying. Okay. I do kind of like how she's realized that the flirting makes Edgeworth uncomfortable, so she's doubling down on it. That is an interesting aspect of her character. Around 3 a.m. the night before the show. So... we have had roll call for a while, but 7 a.m., noon, and 9 p.m. Victim's body not been found. Prison search. Just checking everything. Between 3 a.m. and 9 a.m. But I do want to press these ones as well. I'm Pizza Time, I'm enjoying revisiting this game a lot. I remember a lot about it, but also some other things that are a bit hazy. Yeah, chess would have certainly come up. Okay, so she did see that.
Hold it!
Yeah, I would kind of like if the mainline games had... There's a lot of arguments about whether the mainline Ace Attorney games should have Presto themes. I can see people saying why they shouldn't. I think the Grey Ace Attorney games do kind of have Presto themes, sometimes. I know that there's one theme that gets used for a testimony later on. One of the Dance of Deduction themes. Oh yeah, I remember this. Yep, I remember this. We had to find out ways that she could mishear chess terms in the fan translation. Yeah, I do agree. Kiki's a little more interesting in the localization. Like, I do enjoy like how they wrote her character in this. I mean, given that I know that Grey Ace Attorney doesn't have a Presto theme. It does have, like, what's that theme called? There's a theme that they use for one of the last testimonies. It's not specifically for testimonies, but it's used for Dance of Deduction at one point. Yeah, I know it if I heard it. But yeah. Yes, he gave chess metaphors. If you get some things wrong in his cross-examination of the first case, he'll even mention the touch move rule. Which is when if you touch a piece, you have to move it. That was the bane of my existence in high school chess club. Ah. Yeah, I think I know where we have to catch her here. I have my grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal. But she just admitted to seeing his correspondence, and she's probably seen Canis's chessboard in his cell. I think this is what we have to get her on.
Objection!
And yeah, like, Millard, I agree with you. The main problem with me is that being so overly genre savvy, Canis was so obviously, like, villainous that I knew he couldn't be the culprit. I forget if you actually have to press that earlier statement before this present works. Like, to get that admission that she'd seen the correspondence chess. That seems probably a little too, you know, too complicated. Yeah, we probably have less than an hour left in this case. We're very close to the end. I think that was the last testimony as well of the case. There's at least one more thing that happens in this sequence, I think, but we're pretty close. Yeah. Yeah, I do like how the whole admission to reading his letters is coming back to bite her. And this right here, Edgeworth's making a bit of a leap of logic, but it checks out. If his boss wouldn't crack, maybe he would. Leading up to the confrontation with Canis, it felt like Fifi was on your side. See, that's the thing. As long as you're against Canis, Fifi is on your side. Yeah, she explained that she brings new inmates to her office and that she had the evidence related to Canis. Yeah, these are the things that make more sense in hindsight, like the hint towards her. There are a lot of hints towards Fifi if you know where to look, so I do like that. The main thing I don't like is the fact that, like, the only reason she comes under suspicion is suddenly in the last investigation, you find the circuit breakers and that only she had the key, and then it's like, oh right, that's a gigantic I'm the killer buzzer. Yeah, so I remember this actually hit me kind of hard when I first played. We get that sprite that we've never seen before.
Overruled.
The winner. Yeah, nice. So many name puns. We received the finalized version. Yep, finalized version. That's a way to say updated autopsy report. Yep, okay, I was right about this earlier. I was just wrong about when it would be relevant. Miles of Tron. Yes, indeed. What other bladed weapon?
Objection. Overruled.
Yeah, I have to bring up that turnabout thing. Okay, so there's a line coming up here that was interesting in the fan translation. Some kind of fundamental oversight. My theories were misguided. Oh, here we go, here it is. Okay, here it is. So he said my theories were misguided. Thinking about the wrong way all this time. My theories weren't misguided. I was being misled. Oh, I think misled is the same wording that I use, but it's a coincidence. So, okay, yeah. In Japanese, the terms used here were similar in terms of kanji, but meant something different in terms of, I guess you could say, passive versus active voice. So, one of the terms here was like, my logic was like, it's like to be misplaced, or to be off, to be misplaced. And then the other term was to be forcibly thrown off by something. Like, to be made misplaced. Like, again, like, I'll need to go back and look at the Japanese, see what they were, but it was like, one of them was essentially implying that that it was like, your fault, and the other was implying that it was the fault of something external intentionally misleading you. So, misguided, I think we said misplaced and misled, so the official version's very similar. So yeah, I guess we were like me and the official localizers, because that line was me. It didn't really, not to brag or anything, but that line didn't actually change very much in the when the localizers, the fan translation got through it. That line, that like the misplaced versus misled was me, I think. So yeah.
Overruled. Hold it.
Yeah, I said my logic hasn't been misplaced, it's been misled. Yeah, I remember that very distinctly, because that was one of the lines I was most proud of, because it was quite a tricky translation, because of the way that the Japanese did it. I needed to find two words that sounded similar, as well, because that's what was used in Japanese. Yeah, like, I don't know, like, I think they specifically said they didn't actually, like, really want to reference the fan translation. There is a vague reference to the winner's fan name. But, like, given the Japanese script, it's not hard to assume that people come to the same localization decisions, because we're working with the same Japanese script, like, you know, and we're all translators, so, you know, things are going to line up. If you're trying to be faithful to the Japanese, things will, like, line up regardless of who's doing the translating. Yeah, so this is another example of why you need context, because I believe those dialogue choices in Japanese were like, in order to move Knight and in order to move Canis, and when I saw those out of context, I was like, wait, what? Are they talking about moving bodies or, like, moving people around? But, like, in context, it means, oh, get them transferred to a different prison.
Hold it.
Oh, no. The winner test. If this idiot thinks a theory is plausible, then it's probably true. Because if even an idiot falls for it, then, yeah, the logic of the ruse checks out. Yeah, we need the murder weapon.
Objection!
Moron test complete, exactly. Used as the yardstick on which logic is measured against.
Objection! Objection!
Yeah, so here's where the borrowed evidence from the police thing. I knew they'd flash back to this because you don't really have specific evidence in your organizer that tells you this. Everything related to Canis is with you now, huh? Well, if we look at the bells, we'd have known that he also had a knife at some point. And if everything... Yeah, with about... if everything related to Canis is with her... Yeah, one is attached to Helmet the dog, the other to Canis' knife, which was seized by the police during his arrest.
Take that!
So, where is the knife now? Yeah, I do like how they're calling back to the borrowed evidence. Like, it wasn't really much of a big deal when she mentioned it, but now it's like, oh. Yeah, it's like, yeah, Broken Bee, like, I think this is a good case, even if it is my least favorite in Investigations 2. I think it still is at this point.
Objection!
No, we know there are only 2 of those bells in the world. Yeah, there is a lot of questions about when evidence should be added to the court record versus when that doing so would be too obvious. There's actually a very big thing about that in the final case as well, but I'll get to that way later when I stream that. I only remembered this back when I saw some of my comments on Nintendo Capri Sun's Let's Play, but like, yeah, there is a thing in the final case where like, if they had given you a certain piece of evidence, it would have been really, really obvious who the culprit was.
Hold it!
Winner, you existing already makes things awkward for you. It's not like this is gonna change that very much. Oh, I still love this. Oh, yes. Yeah, this is meant to be a callback to Phoenix, so yeah, in the fan translation, we had to keep that too.
Objection!
Not at all. Edgeworth is like, I am acting like Phoenix, and it hurts my soul. Please, nobody ever tell him about this. So, like, this is like the Edgeworth's getting updated autopsy reports thrown at him. He's bluffing. It's all role reversal. Which is actually, like, you know, it's actually pretty brilliant when you think about it. Because this case is, well, you'll see at the very end what this case has really been about. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear where this is. We had a bit of a hint towards this earlier in the investigation, and also from Regina. Oh, thank you, Kwang, for the 10,000 won. Edgeworth, I hate that I am summoning my inner Phoenix. Exactly. And where the real murder weapon is hidden, it is right here in the yard. Yeah, now we have to show where exactly it is, which, oh, conveniently, the alligator is in the scene.
Take that!
The murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in the pond. It's like normally a ridiculous like line, but it makes sense in this context. And, you know, Regina kept saying that she's been feeling under the weather. Finally, Regina gets to show off her skills. See, like, Regina's really good in this case. Like, this case is the redemption of Regina. Oh, wow, Avery AT refuting allegations. And breakdown time. And yep, the whole coat was actually Fox's all along. Somehow. And we're just not going to question that. Oh wow, somebody got an ad just then. But yeah, so this is actually a little confusing, the fact that she has that prisoner outfit underneath the foxes. I feel like that's meant to be metaphorical and not like she was actually a prisoner all along, just pretending to be the warden. I do think it's metaphorical. But yes, the entire coat was actually animals. That was a pretty foxy outfit, wow. Prosecutor the winner, nice. Oh yeah, Luca Jin would say that, Mixel T. And thus, the forensics officer compliments Eustace for the entire rest of the day. Yeah. There's Clueless, and then there's you. That sums him up entirely. We sum this up, we're not summing, yeah, we are, we are celebrating with Eustace Winner's theme, because of course. And when it was his debut case, after all. It's winning time. This guy. And also, then, you know, a warden of a prison also killed somebody, and also the prison itself is terrible. Soul Phoenix said you saw its winning time on Twitter and genuinely thought someone photoshopped that. I like when he said it's winning time and wind all over everything. Yeah, that sums up his character development. Wait, what the heck is the AI summary doing now? Discussing a character called Eustace Winner and his role in solving the recent case. I think he hacked the AI somehow. Like, what is this AI chat summary is really the gift that keeps on giving. Still love this theme though. This is like the best victory theme in the whole series. Yes, the AI is supporting Winner. That's how you know technology has failed humanity. Yeah, I guess this is the first time that he's directly talked to him. Oh yes, I will watch the Edgeworth dog race video after this. Proves Knight trusted him.
Take that!
Look, here's the thing he made you smuggle in. Yes, he'll be completely over the murder of his best friend, and being arrested for it. I mean, I would define it as using him, but thanks for the sentiment, Edgeworth. Granted, Edgeworth doesn't really have the best people skills. Also, no, please stop this horrifying sprite animation. And Max Galactic, a cameo, the only time you'll see him in this game. In fact, the only time you'll see him after Justice for All. Okay, Fabulous, yeah, they are. I believe Fabulous is his catchphrase in the English version. I will say I love how they fixed Max's character in the anime. In the anime, they explained his rudeness towards the other circus members as, like, he knows they can do better. Like, he thinks they're not taking their art seriously. And that was really cool. Regina, I believe, was from Big Top? Pretty sure he was from Big Top. Winner has too much power over the AI. The AI officially failed humanity now. Yup. And yeah, the anime version also removed all of the, 30-year-old men wanting Regina. Yeah, Fender was the real MVP. Yeah, this right here. So, if you haven't, experienced any of the pre-release material, this line is a massive surprise and a kind of a huge shock. But this is everything that this case has been building up to. Like, you've seen it, the fact that Edgeworth started to act more like Phoenix, Fender's stuff about whether he's following Von Karma, but no, actually, he's more like his dad. All of this was an arc about, you know what, maybe Edgeworth is better suited for defense than prosecuting. And that's what this whole game is about. Now, the demo had this line from Fender at the end of the first case demo, so I already knew about this line long in advance. I don't know whether it's better that you know, going in, or whether it's better to be surprised by this now. However, then Dual Destinies happened, and because this wasn't localized, we all know that's not what happened. So, why does Edgeworth not choose to take up that offer? Well, we'll see. Yes, I was just asking a perfectly innocent question to get a guy to change his entire career path. Yeah, he was not joking at all. Yeah, why Edgeworth doesn't take up that offer is a more interesting question than will he take up that offer. I agree, Backset. Because that was his original career path. And then that happened. Also, I believe this is a new song, which will become very relevant soon. Because that'll be for next time. Next time, we will be moving on to, after my least favorite case, we'll be moving on to Turnabout Legacy, my favorite case in Investigations 2. And that really says something. Because when I said before that, least favorite by Investigations 2 standard is still very good, imagine what favorite by Investigations 2 standard is. Yep, there is dear old dad. So, yep, we got through Case 2 in 2 streams. Case 3 is probably going to be more than 2 streams, though. Case 3, I think, is the longest in this game, and it takes place in both past and present. We're going to be jumping between Edgeworth and his father in this case, and this is a really special one that I've been looking forward to. Turnabout, yeah, people in the chat are saying Legacy is a very good case, and, okay, I want to say this, SB234, I've never believed in third case syndrome. Honestly, the only third cases that I've disliked are Big Top and Serenade. Because, I think Turnabout Samurai is not the best, but it's fine. I like Recipe for Turnabout a lot. I know people don't. I like Recipe for Turnabout a lot. Case 3 of Investigations 1 is pretty mediocre, but then again, all of Investigations 1 is. Case 3 of Investigations 2 is amazing. Turnabout Academy I've turned around on. I think Turnabout Academy is pretty good. And Rite of Turnabout from Spirit of Justice is very good. Case 3 of Great Ace Attorney 1 is amazing, like the best case in that game. Case 3 of Great Ace Attorney 2 is also amazing. So like, I honestly, like, I've always felt that third case syndrome was never a thing. It's more that just it's more that just Big Top and Serenade were that bad, that they just tainted the concept of case 3s for people. But that's just my own personal take. But yeah, I used to dislike Academy, but I now like Academy a lot more than I used to. Yeah, that's just my 2 cents on the issue. So, yeah, like Academy's not my favorite case out there. Dual Destinies is not the greatest Ace Attorney game, I feel, but like, it's okay. And I like Academy more than Monstrous. But yeah, so next time we will be taking on Turnabout Legacy. Again, I'm very looking forward to that. So, thank you all for being here for the end of Case 2. And I'll see you again then for probably some more name insights, as well as some interesting stuff about the past characters, because the way they speak is pretty cool. So, I hope you've been enjoying this, and I will see you all then.